Hey, what is going on, Foodiegang? What is going on? You are tuned in to Time for Tea, and today is gonna be a good live stream. Everything gonna work out, okay? Everything gonna work out. We ain't gonna let nothing get to us, not hold us back. Y'all hit the like button, subscribe, and share. Keep the show on. Buy us in the super chat. Stars on Facebook, or you can hit the Cash App, or just hit the like button. Follow me on all my social media platforms as well. So, this morning we did make breakfast. In case you missed it, we made breakfast before we got here over on YouTube. Right now we are on YouTube and Facebook. Okay, y'all, I'm trying to be a big girl. I'm trying to show up every day and do this daytime show. We have been doing Time for Tea pretty much all week long, but today we're gonna talk about Tory Lanez again. We did talk about Tory Lanez very, very recently because he was stabbed in prison, and that has kind of brought him back out to the forefront. And there is more on the suspect, and there also is new evidence that they found. And the story is just heating up. The story getting real, real good. And let me drop the disclaimer, and then I'm gonna drop the link for the last video we did. But y'all, it is heating up in this story with Tory Lanez, and they have done a press conference. I don't believe Megan's team has commented anything back yet, but what they are alleging the other side did is shocking. And the new evidence that has come to the forefront is shocking. There's just a lot going on in today's time. There's a lot going on. So we got our chai tea here. So this was breakfast. And before we get into any of that, though, hold on. Let me play this video so y'all know where we at.
Please hold for a very important message.
Okay. So we are back. But yes, we got a very important message. We got some very important messages today. And it's time for tea. We're gonna get into it. I'm gonna drop that link. If anybody wants to come up and comment on any of the content as well, watch some of the videos, you can. This was the first live stream we did about Tory Lanez when he when it was reported that he had got stabbed. Since then, a lot of things have come out. A lot has happened, and it's only been like 2 days, I think. So we're gonna talk about it. We're gonna get into it. And then here's a disclaimer: the views expressed are those of the individuals, not 907 Goodies. While we aim for accuracy, we cannot guarantee completeness or reliability. Use the information at your own risk. There we go. Trying to remember, am I forgetting anything? The hardest thing about having a show is like you gotta like put together how it's gonna work out and how everything is gonna go down. So I'm trying to remember, did I forget anything that I think we may have went over everything. I talked to y'all about breakfast. We made a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich on English muffin. It was really good. And then on the side, I had peaches and bananas. I almost forgot what I ate, and it was like 2 seconds ago. It was like 2 seconds ago. Okay, so here is that video. Okay, I'm kinda gonna go back into the backstory of, what's going on with Tory Lanez. It's not even really a backstory because it's all very, very recent. It's all very, very recent at the same time. Let me, drop something else in here. We're gonna do a whole bunch of clicking around. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna play this video and it's kinda gonna tell y'all about a little bit more about the stabbing situation, how we got to where we are today. So I'm gonna go back to the stabbing situation. We're gonna talk about that, and I'll show y'all how we got to where we are today. We're gonna talk about Megan, because when you talk about Tory Lanez, you got to bring up Megan because she was the pivotal part in the whole situation. She was one of the main players, and a high profile person that is involved in any type of court proceedings is always going to be the one that gets talked about the most. You know what I'm saying? So, you put the headphones on. Okay. All right. One day I'm gonna get some small headphones. That's reasonable. But I yesterday I tried using my Bluetooth headphones, and one of the things I do like about this pair of headphones is that I can hear better. I couldn't really hear in the headphones that I had the first time, or the Bluetooth ones. And shout out to Emperor. He said, "What up, though? 907 goodies in chat. Smash the like button. Yes, y'all hit the like button. Leave a comment down below, or if you're watching live, say something in the chat, even if you're watching from the clouds. Um, it's a lot going on. How's everybody doing today? So I'm gonna pull up this one video that's gonna tell us about the stabbing, and the stabbing is what brought this story out to the forefront again. Because Tory Lanez has been in jail for I think about 2 or 3 years. Correct me if I'm wrong, anybody. He's been in there for a while. The trial has finished up. The case has finished up. But even while the case was going on, people had a lot of questions surrounding around the evidence that was used to indict Tory Lanez. People always question the evidence, but now that this stabbing has happened, it has opened pretty much opened the case again. And people are now looking at everything that is being said. And there was a timeline of events that occurred probably about a week prior to Tory Lanez being stabbed, that is very pivotal, very important in this situation. Because at first we didn't know all this stuff. But now that the lawyers are coming out speaking, we got the media coming out speaking, now it's really opening everybody's eyes again. But let me go into the initial stabbing, which is very sad. Um, I just also want to say that it is amazing and it is a blessing that Tori survived this attack because that guy was looking to unalive Tory Lanez. He did not want Tory Lanez to survive, but it's a miracle that he survived. You know, if you listen to where they said he was stabbed at, it's like, wow, you survived that. Um, but we're gonna see what's gonna happen now. That's what I'm curious about. What's gonna happen now? Okay, let me do this one thing. So, um, into the screen share. We finna get into it. We finna get into it. Okay, so this is when he first was stabbed. This is kind of the report. Keep in mind, all of this happened a couple of days. Let me see what the timestamp is because it was very recent, 2 days ago. This everything that we're gonna go over today happened in the last 48 hours. And when I say it only takes a moment for your life to change, I really mean that.
Opening his 4-day trip to the Middle East by paying a visit to Saudi Arabia's crown prince. The country's de facto ruler, Mohammed bin Salman, will meet with Trump and members of the
So we're gonna skip this part.
against disgraced hip-hop mogul Sean Diddy Combs. Cassandra Ventura.
And then you guys know that's going on right now too with the Diddy case. Now I believe they're in court right now, and I'm curious to hear what comes out of this day of testimony. It has been a lot, and we have 8 weeks to go in this trial. So I think she's gonna.
Rapper Tory Lanez was stabbed 14 times in a California prison and rushed to a hospital. Officials say that attack happened Monday morning at California's State Correctional Institution. Lanez is currently serving 10 years for shooting Megan Thee Stallion in 2020. His lungs collapsed after that attack, but his team says he's now breathing on his own and he's in good spirits. The motive for this attack is unclear. An investigation is now underway. Lanez's team thanked fans for their prayers and support. Kim Kardashian is set to testify in Paris against the men accused of robbing her at gunpoint.
So that was a little bit of the backstory about what happened with the initial, stabbing and all that stuff. That was 2 days ago. Let me pull up another video. We finna get into it. Let me drop this link first. So that was 2 days ago, and then that made everybody kind of look at the whole story again. And there were some things that didn't make sense then and still don't make sense now. Okay, I have another video that I'm working on pulling up here. Let me see. Hey, what is going on, Jihanda? What is going on? We just getting in here. We talking about the Tory Lane situation. Um, I'm just playing y'all a little bit of the backstory to kind of catch y'all up. I know it's only been 2 days, but it's been a lot going on, and it's a lot going on. So let me pull up this video that I got here.
Video down. I know it's my job to break down why we putting out a story and what makes an old situation relevant to this new story. Now, of course, as I took it down, I saw platforms like 1090J talk about the perpetrator, the person who actually stabbed Tory Lanez 48 hours ago. But why wasn't mentioned? And that's what we're here for. Now, I saw a post yesterday from Tory Lanez saying evidence would be presented the following day to prove his innocence in a press conference. And of course, as mentioned, that was posted on his IG page. But mind you, that come less than 24 hours after it was reported. He has been recovered from a hospital after getting stabbed 14 times, having his lungs collapse. And that proved to me the story we put out was right. But why not just wait for Tory Lanez to present the evidence so I can put it with this story? Because as we just mentioned, 2 + 2 do equal 4. Now, I wanted to be ahead of the curve by giving you guys that information yesterday, and at least what led up to him getting arrested a little more than 2 years ago for an incident that took place 5 years ago. But at the time, my family members was lost looking at the video. So as we took it down, we even found out more information about the perpetrator who stabbed him while he was incarcerated. And now even in this video, we include that and also the press conference of the new information and evidence that prove Tory Lanez is allegedly innocent. Not to mention, we talked about who the alleged perpetrator is in the previous video, the person who got immunity for what we still don't know, but Megan Thee Stallion ex-best friend. Kelsey, it's a whole lot of developments since we even put out this video 24 hours ago.
Remember I told y'all this story is heating up, and this is a clip from Quarantine Radio, which was established during the pandemic by Tory Lanez. And you can see in this clip, him and Megan are cool. There's a lot of clips and a lot of pictures of them actually being cool. So it is shocking to see that they are enemies at this point in time. And Empress said got poked 3 times in the back of the head, 8 in the torso. And wasn't one also on his face? Or are you calling that one the back of the head? Look, they are not playing about Tory. There are lawyers, media, and Tory Lanez's father came out in the press conference and made a speech. It's a lot. But right now we're talking about the drama that landed Tory Lanez in prison in the first place. And you can see here, him and Megan is cool. So it's like, what happened? How y'all go from being cool like this to throwing cases on each other? What? What happened? Like, you wouldn't even believe that this is them from back in the day, because they can't stand each other now.
So I figured if you saw it within the first 2 hours before we took it down, skip the first 15 minutes of this video and you'll be caught on track. But if not, I want you guys to remember, I don't give you no angle. I just give you the story. So with that being said, make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. We're going to jump right to it. Fan meet Tory Lanez. Through his songwriting / production, the Canadian singer / rapper has become one of the more difficult artists to try to box in, gaining a massive hit on a 90s R&B classic with Say It.
So mama, you know how, so you gon' need to do more than just.
But Tory Lanez did have a really good career here in the UK. US. I'm about to say UK. In the US, he is from Canada, and he made really, really good hits that people grew to love. And this is a clip from Quarantine Radio. Tory Lanez was doing so good. His music was on point. He was popping. You know, he had the radio station. He had the ladies. Clearly, he had Kelsey and Megan. So he had ladies. He was doing so good. And now we hear that he's in jail for 10 years and he just got poked up. And yes, Empress said that Mexican wasn't playing around. Yes. And so I almost forgot to sip my tea, y'all. It's time for tea. I'm curious what went on in the prison after that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, did somebody give him money for this? Like, but let's get back into the video, y'all. Let's get back into the video. I don't hear nothing.
Hold on. Official shot o'clock. Live right here on Quarantine Radio. Quarantine. This has just turned into Quarantine Radio in about 5 seconds. Quarantine. Should we add people to the live? At this point, I think maybe you never know. This is a live shot.
Shot o'clock.
To the Stallion. Live in Quarantine Radio. It's been a while since we have said this voice. It's been a while. It has been a while.
So y'all see Tory Lanez, because clearly he got a sense of humor. Everything was good. They was laughing and joking. And a shout out to C. Mason, also known as Uncensored, always playing on. He said it's a flying frog in the back. You know it ain't. Look, I don't know what you smoking on today, what you got going on. But we don't see no flying frogs. But you see that they was cool, they was talking, they had a nice relationship. A lot of people talked about their relationship because she was way taller than him. And people joked about that all the time. And he's short.
Based on that video alone, you would assume they had a close relationship at least in 2020. But the same things came crashing quick in the summer of 2020. They attended a pool party, allegedly at Kylie Jenner house in LA.
We had to come kill the streets for 5 minutes. Sorry, don't get my phone wet.
Now here's where things get iffy. After leaving Kylie Jenner's Hollywood Hills home in July 2020, Megan Thee Stallion got grazed in the foot, and Megan Thee Stallion claims that Tory Lanez was the guy who pulled the trigger. Although, also inside their ride Uber was a friend named Kelsey, who was at the time Megan Thee Stallion's best friend. But although how Tory Lanez shot the gun is still unanswered. Not to mention, it's been alleged that an altercation or argument took place inside that truck was because it was alleged that Tory Lanez has been exposed for messing with both Kelsey and Megan Thee Stallion, allegedly.
Okay. See, I told y'all Tory Lanez had the ladies. He is alleged that he was messing around with both of them. They was beefing. There was a pool party. Shots were fired. Here's a little bit of footage.
Roger, it's going to be a new Cadillac Escalade, license plate Johnny, Ocean Union 580.
Y'all see that person right there? I think maybe that could be Tory, or maybe that's a bodyguard. I'm not really too sure. But you can see, like, it ended pretty serious. Like, they wasn't playing with these people. So they pretty much had each one of them walking out of the car slowly, with their hands up in the air, and it all started at the pool party, but it ended like this. And this, Empress said, this is called a felony stop, the most serious and severe traffic stop. And you guys can see, like, I don't know what type of phone call they got, but they came ready. They made everybody get about the car, walk backwards. They wasn't playing no games with these people. And I think this is Megan. And I think we can she's gonna kind of like collapse. Let me see if I got the right timestamp.
Show them your hands. Hold your hands up. Okay? Come on, people got to hear with their hands up. Hands up. Alright, move back to the sound of my voice. Keep your hands up.
I think that's Megan, because that like sounds pretty weird.
Keep going. Keep going.
And I think keep in mind she's supposed to be shot in the bullet grazed her foot. The bullet grazed her foot during this, and so I think this is why she stumbles. But she also, I heard she was drinking, so who knows?
Walk back with your hands up.
Hey, walk back on the sidewalk.
Yeah, keep walking back on the sidewalk.
79,
Roger, everybody. Keep moving back. We're gonna help you.
Keep coming back to the sound of my voice.
And
Hollywood, stand by either La Brea and Hollywood or
You know, seen her? She like collapsed. I don't know if that's because she's supposed to have an injury on her foot or what. And yeah, when they get a shots fired call and or gun involved call, they automatically come hot and heavy and do a felony stop. And that's exactly what happened here. They came in hot and heavy, and they wasn't playing with them from the get-go. They wasn't playing no games with them. And so because like Empress said, they must have heard shots fired on the call. Because they heard that, this situation was not treated like friends just having a disagreement. It really amped it up. Okay, let me go forward a little bit. Let me see what else we need.
Now, after Tory Lanez team had rejected a 3-year plea, Tory Lanez was sentenced to 10 years in prison without the possibility of parole. He was convicted of felony assault for shooting and injuring the hip-hop star Megan Thee Stallion in July 2020. Lanez was convicted on December 23, 2022. Now, in December, it'll make 2 years out of that 10-year prison sentence. And already it's been reported that Tory Lanez was stabbed 14 times, including 7 wounds to his back, 4 to his torso, 2 to the back of his head, and 1 to the left side of his face. It's been reported that he allegedly was placed on a breathing tube and now breathing on his own, and both of his lungs collapsed. The statement continued, despite being in pain, he is talking normally, in good spirits, and deeply thankful to God that he's pulling through. He also wants to thank everyone.
So that was that interview that Megan had did with Gail. I think it's Gail King, right? Right, and correct me if I'm wrong. People was hot about that interview. Everybody has something to say. This situation, I feel, because we're living in a time of the gender wars, it was like men versus women. That's what this situation was for a lot of people. And that's what they saw it as. And that's why everyone was so passionate. And so passionate about it. And Empress saying, here's the kicker. The following night, Megan was in the club twerking, wearing heels, twerking, and everything. Oh, I read it wrong. The following night, Megan was in the club wearing heels, twerking, and everything. Which means she wasn't really shot. Well, I don't know if she was shot or not, but I would just say my brother was grazed by a bullet, and he was like on crutches. He was hurt. He would hurt her. I don't know what type of bullet Megan got hit by, or fragments, or grades. I don't know, but miraculously, she was able to twerk very soon after and continue to wear her heels and her lavish outfits. So I don't know, because most people I seen that got hit with a bullet, they be kind of hurt after. I never see somebody recover that fast. Okay, it is Gail King. Yes, she did an interview with Gail King, and everybody was very, very passionate. And Empress said, yeah, I was dating a chick during this time, and we broke up because of this. Wow, that is crazy. But this situation right here it was pulling everybody's heartstrings, because everybody, this is a relationship pretty much between a man and a woman. And so everybody has something to say about this. Yeah, Gray's room, you're down for the count for a little bit. Yeah, I don't know. Megan must not have gotten grades though. She must have got something else. I don't know, but everybody feel like she's lying, and they still feel like she's lying.
One, for the continued prayers and support. The Canadian artist was attacked by an inmate inside California Correctional Institution around 7:20 a.m. early in the morning, according to a spokesman for the prison who talked with ABC News. The staff immediately responded, activated 911, and began medical aid. Tory Lanez was subsequently transported to an outside medical facility for further treatment. As of Monday night, the singer remained in the hospital. Now, the reason he was allegedly stabbed in prison, before we go over the details on who the attacker was and what the press conference had to offer, it's important to note that 10 days ago, or less than that, according to this press conference, the New York Post was about to publish an article on how Tory Lanez is innocent after receiving more information about the investigation. One thing led to another. The spokesperson for the New York Post indicated that they reached out to Tory Lanez's rep, Kelsey's rep, Megan Thee Stallion's rep, and also the district attorney's office. The only person that responded last week was Megan Thee Stallion's rep and asking for more information. And suddenly, Tory Lanez gets stabbed in jail less than a week later. Now, on Tuesday, May 13, 2000.
Okay. So they were going to publish an article stating that Tory Lanez was innocent, right? A week before, they reached out to a numerous amount of Kelsey's rep, Megan's rep, and I forgot the other name. The only person that they heard back from was Megan's rep, and then a week later, Tory Lanez gets shanked up in jail. So now they feel like it was it. Is what they feel like. And wait till we talk about the backstory of the person who did the stabbing. He had a really crazy crime that he had committed and was locked up with Tory Lanez for 10 years, and he was a lifer. And then Empress said, honestly, I believe her foot got hit by glass fragments from the car window. That, in my book, would make more sense as to why she was able to get back to her regular life so quickly, because there is no way you got hit by a bullet and you out here living your best life in a couple of weeks. Like, especially on your foot. Your foot is has a lot of like small bones in it. It takes even longer to heal. So I don't know. Um and I'll say this. The truth gonna come out. Whether it's the truth that Megan wants or not, the truth is going to come out. And we gonna hear about it. Okay, let me pull up another video. Okay, I'm gonna bring up my boy Seti. He's gonna tell us a little bit more about the identity of the stabber. And Coach Burke said she never walked with a boot on her foot. Did she have a boot, crutches, a cast, tape, anything that would indicate a wound? Or that would indicate something is broken or sprained or dislocated? Like, maybe Megan did that behind the scenes privately, but one thing we can say is that Megan, it seems like she shares a lot. So why you didn't share when you was hurt? Why you didn't share when you was hurt? That would have made your story seem more believable. If you would have shared, oh, I got a cast on my foot, oh, I got a boot on, the story would have seemed more believable. But now that we see you out here twerking and doing what you're doing with Cardi B and, in the club, living your best life on the stage, twerking, it makes it hard to believe that you sustained any type of injury to your foot when we don't see anything. We see you wearing heels. How you would wear select? Look, I don't know. I'm not a doctor, but and then I'm gonna play a video. Okay, Empress said she didn't have anything on her foot, nothing. But it would have made the story seem more believable. And I'm not telling you guys how to lie and how to tell the story, but at least play all the parts, okay? Make it all go together. Because we see you crying in one clip, and the next clip you living your best life. It's like, what? I thought you was hurt. Um, and it seems like another thing is that you really can't say how you feel to like certain people about the situation because it kind of went into like the DV, the abuse. So it's like it was a touchy subject. And immediately, if you said you didn't believe Megan, people would be like, "What? You're so horrible," you know. But you ain't making it believable.
Has been identified tonight in the prison stabbing of former hip-hop star Tory Lanez. According to the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation, Lanez was stabbed by inmate Santino Casio at a housing unit at the California Correctional Institution in Tehachapi. That attack happened early yesterday morning. An Instagram post from Lanez's account says he was stabbed 14 times in that attack, causing both of his lungs to collapse. The post goes on to say he's now breathing normally and is in good spirits. The former rapper was sentenced to 10 years in prison back in 2023 after shooting fellow hip-hop star Megan Thee Stallion at a house party in Los Angeles. Casio was serving a life sentence in prison after being convicted of second-degree murder in 2004.
One thing that I will always do, if I don't get it wrong, I give myself a little bit of an out. But hey, I got it wrong on this one, but as far as the collapsed lungs and stuff like that, I'm still not believing that. But what I will say is that 50-50 yard he on and all that stuff, this was not no hit. Let me emphatically tell y'all why it's not a hit. Because I'm just about to...
See, I disagree with his theory. But even if you disagree with somebody, I think it's still a good idea to watch all type of content. And so I disagree with that it wasn't a hit. I disagree with that, but we're gonna listen to what the man got to say.
Expose the person who stabbed up Tory Lanez. Y'all ready? Oh yeah. You read the title, didn't you? Let's go. Well, after y'all done getting mad at me, let me expose the person who stabbed the boy, Tory Lanez. Sounds good? Cool. Boyfriend shot and slaying a 13-year-old. The boyfriend of a 13-year-old girl who was found shot to death early Sunday in an apartment the two shared in Lancaster is being shot for her slaying, authorities said Tuesday. Santino Sonny Casio, a 20-year-old parolee, allegedly shot Evelyn Brenda Sendejas in the head following an argument late Saturday night, said Los Angeles County Sheriff Sergeant Rick Myers. Police believe Sendejas ran away from home in Palmdale and moved into a duplex apartment in the 1100 block of West Avenue, H14, with Casio in April. We didn't know where she was staying, said Sendejas' cousin, Robert Mendez, 19. She would call just to let us know that she was all right. The last time the family heard from Sendejas.
Okay, what he's doing, Foodiegang, is going into the backstory of the alleged suspect that stabbed Tory Lanez. He's going into the backstory of the crime that man committed to even be locked up in prison in the first place.
Was Mother's Day, Mendez said. Casio, described as 5'9", weighing 190 pounds, with a shaved head and brown eyes. He has a tattoo of a paw print on the back of his head and a tattoo of horns at the front of his hairline, said Lieutenant Dan Rosenberg of the Sheriff's Homicide Bureau. He is currently on parole from the California Youth Authority for burglary. Rosenberg said, "How could this happen to a 13-year-old girl?" said Sendejas, a 26-year-old brother who declined to give his first name. "She's my baby sister. We're trying to do everything we can to make sure that this person is caught and justice is served. Any more information is asked to contact the County Sheriff's Homicide Bureau at 323-890-5500. But you ain't got to do all that. He already caught. If it was a rapper, hey, y'all would be like, yeah. But because it's this person, I got to go way harder. Two relatives heard 22-year-old Santino Sonny Casilo arguing with his 13-year-old girlfriend minutes before she was shot in the face with a shotgun. They testified that
So he was in his 20s and he was dating a 13-year-old, and unfortunately, he unalived her, and that is how he got to prison. And shout out to Drip. We got Drip in the building. Drip, let me get a sound check.
Okay, guys, I know.
How you doing today?
I'm doing good.
Okay.
Doing good.
Did you
How do I sound? Sorry, what was that?
did you eat yet?
Yeah, I did, yes. I had pizzas.
Okay.
I think earlier on the thing I had fried fish though. Then afterwards, a few hours later, I had this kebab but though. So chapati slash roti, whatever you call it though. It's like basically it's like Indian slash Arabic bread though. It's just basically I call it roti or chapati. That just depends on how you make it though. I call it roti because that's just how I pronounce it though. Got a roti done and you just get like a kebab and you just basically make it into a wrap and stuff and I eat that.
Oh, okay. I don't think I've had that before. But I've had like, do you guys eat euros in the UK? Have you
Where
ever
I'm
had a euro before?
no, I've never had though, but I'm sure somebody has though.
Yeah, I've had like euros, which I think is like more like Mediterranean food. I've had, oh, you know what I had lately or recently? It was beef shawarma. Am I
Oh,
saying that right?
shawarma, shawarma is too much good though. Just that basically though, when I get shawarma, I want it customized though. Just give me halal chicken and then just give me fries. I call it chips though. So where I'm from though, what you call fries, I call it chips though.
Breeze is over here mad at me. He
So
said
basically, what I
they are gyros, not euros. I thought they were euros. I thought that's how it's pronounced.
no, I think they call euros. He's just saying that though. No,
Um,
that's how it's spelled though.
Because I
That's
used
just
to
how
say
it's
gyros, and somebody told me I was wrong.
Nah, Breeze, though. That's how you pronounce it, though. The way you spell it, I know what you mean, though.
Yeah, because I used to say gyros, and I went to a. There used to be this food truck in Portland, and they were like, "That's not how you say it." They told me
No, he said,
straight up.
nah, that's how uppity
It was like
folks
that.
call it, though. What does he mean?
What'd you say, Drip?
Nah, I was just asking him what he means, though. I
He's
mean, okay,
saying,
look, Breeze, I respect that, man. Do what you gotta do. I ain't taking that away from you. I just want to know because, I didn't know. I'm not too sure about that. I just want to know a little more.
"Oh, about what's on a euro?"
Yeah, no, I'm saying the way he says it though, like basically he said though something
Oh,
about
okay.
uppity folks though. Said the comment that I read though, said uppity folks say that though. What does he mean by that? I don't understand.
Oh, okay. Let me explain to you, Drip. No worries. Here in America, we say a lot of words wrong, and we say words how they are pronounced. And gyro, you will hear people say it improperly because of they're saying how it's spelled, and they had just been saying it wrong for so long, and that's what they. And by uppity, he means like I guess like rich people. They say zeros, not euros. I can't even say it wrong anymore because I've been saying it right. So I think that's what he means.
Okay, so he said that they just started calling them euros 8 years ago. It was gyros or oh
All my
okay.
life. So he been saying it
Okay.
wrong for so long that he can't even say it the right way now.
Okay, I mean, look, I understand now. But look, when you're saying it like that, that makes sense though. But trust me, in the UK, we do the same thing though. There's 40 different accents though, and you do get people who say the words incorrectly. For example, though, you can say your T's. I can say my T's though, but sometimes though, when I speak, I don't say my T's though. So like water,
Yeah.
for example, though, I might basically, forget the T and then basically say, or. So basically, I don't have one specific accent. I have like a blend of different accents together. Sometimes I might sound more UK, sometimes more Pakistani, sometimes more American, though, because I have a little bit of American influence too, though. Trust me. Like when I used to live in Saudi Arabia 7, 8 years ago, people there that I spoke to, when they spoke English, they spoke the American way of speaking, though. So when I spent time with them people, though, that's when I basically actually started to understand how they speak and their type of pattern. That's why I know and everything like that though. And when I moved back to UK, I had to relearn the accent though. So I'm slowly relearning it though.
Okay, okay. Drew, have you heard anything about the Tory Lanez situation at
I
all? I
have,
know you're over there in the UK,
I have though. Don't
but
worry. I have though. I keep up. Don't worry. I keep up with a lot what goes over there. Also, as much as here too. I'm not like basically stuck in like like that country type
yeah,
kingdom. Nah, man. I
yeah.
do keep up with what goes over there too, though.
Drip, you must have a lot of information in your head because it's like I don't keep up with what goes on in other countries and here. It was too much for me. And so
I
you
know.
must got a lot of information.
Yeah, I like to keep up with what goes on in America and UK. Not, I like to see what goes on everywhere, man. That's how it is, though.
Yeah.
Sometimes, though, I just might focus on the UK more often, though. But I do like to know more as well. I just basically, find a way. Just not all the time, though. I find my way. I know a bit about it, though, but sometimes I don't really know too much. Maybe new details and stuff like that. I haven't heard about it in so long, though. I'll be real on that. I haven't heard about it in so long, so there might be something I don't know.
Yeah, and then that's why it's good to watch so many different content creators and why I watch a little bit of everybody because you pick up different things.
Mhm.
But Bree said free Tory Lanez and Tory Innocent, which is what a lot of people are saying with everything that's going on and the new developments. So Tory Lanez was stabbed 14 times. The guy that allegedly stabbed him was um a bad person.
Okay.
He unalived a 13-year-old while he was 20. So he was 20 years old and he was dating a 13-year-old. But do you think that with Tory Lane's crime, okay, thank you, Bree, because I was looking for the right word because I didn't want to say the whole word, I didn't want to get in trouble. Do you think that with Tory Lane's crime of allegedly shooting someone in the foot, he should even be housed with people that have a lifetime in jail or in prison?
Probably not though, but I guess though, I don't know to be honest though. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to think, man. I'll be real with you. I don't know what to think. I don't think if you think okay, maybe because of his status and stuff like that though, or if there's a danger to his life though, I guess they should basically put him not with the other people. They should probably be alone, I guess. But I don't know, man. I'll be real with you. I'll be real on that. I don't know what to think, man.
Yeah, I was reading one of the comments on one of the videos I was watching, and one of the people said that like there should be different pods, and because he's not like a super violent, he should be housed with those people. And then another person said it's prison, everybody housed with everybody. So you know what I'm saying? So some people are saying they get it, some people are saying that they don't get it. And then Bree said that dude was on PC too. And this attack happened earlier in the morning. I have another video that I'm gonna pull up. That is the press conference that Tory Lane's people did And during this press conference, they aired out a lot of facts, new facts that we didn't know. And they also talked about a lot about what was going on behind the scenes. Because there's always more going on behind the scenes than what they're telling us. And so in this video, he's just talking about the guy's, history, and he was a bad person and all that stuff. Um, Trip, do you have anything that you want to say before we get into the next video?
I mean, this interesting. No, I'm just saying, I don't know what to think, man. Like, I don't know what to think on both sides, though, to be honest with you, though. That's how I'm gonna keep it, though. Don't know what to think, though, man. I mean, that is kind of sad, though, but at the same time, I don't know, man. Because,
Yeah, it's a lot going on. Like, it's just a lot. The whole thing is just crazy.
mm,
Okay, so the first person, I'm pulling up the video now. I think this is Tory's lawyer, but I'm not quite too sure, but he's gonna introduce himself. So here we go. Yeah, it's just crazy what's going on, but I think this is a good reason why no matter what, we should always stay humble because it
mm-hmm,
only really takes a second for your life to change.
mm-hmm. Yeah, I can't get on that, though. That is true, though. I mean, look. Yeah, wow. Yeah, that is true, though, in a way. Also, though, it depends on what you build it on. Yeah, I guess, though. Yeah, maybe, though. You might have a point, though.
Yeah, and it kind of seems like Tory Lanez was affiliated. He was doing the wrong thing. Let's just be honest here. You mess around with these friends. He just thought he was too big. He couldn't fall. So, but does he deserve to be shanked up in prison though? Even if he
Don't
did
you deserve
shoot Megan, does he deserve all this? Or is it equal? You know what I'm saying? Like,
I mean, I don't know, to be honest, though. I guess you don't deserve it, though, but I don't know. I see it from a CV point of view, though, but from their point of view, though, I guess it's different, though, man. I'm not saying he deserved that, or I don't wish that on no one, man. So basically, if I had to try and understand why they do such a thing, it ain't right, though. But I don't know what to think, though. I'm just trying to understand why would they do such a thing, that's all.
yeah, but one thing that we all have to do when we hear this situation is you gotta like wonder like what the heck going on. This is a theory that I'm gonna play for you guys that Tory's people and some lawyers and the media, some members of the media have come up with. This is their theory, and it kind of makes sense.
Well,
And then
NFT
Bree said
stands for
Tory didn't do.
non-fundable tokens. It's like basically a form of crypto.
Oh, okay. Because I was like, what is the NFT? Because I always hear about it, but
NFT
I don't
stands
really.
for non-refundable token.
Oh, so it's a non-refundable. How can you turn your music into an NFT? How do people like turn their artwork into NFTs?
Guess you have to mine it. I guess to like mine the crypto and everything like that, and you can just do it digital. Find a way to make a digital, copy of the picture you wanna put it on, and then make it into a coin. I guess. I don't know how they make it though, but I'm guessing that's how you make an NFT though. I don't do NFTs type thing though. I'm not too sure about that though, but I guess that's how they do it though.
Yeah, because I keep hearing the word NFT, but I didn't really understand what it was until we just talked. Um,
Oh wow,
Bree
okay. I
said,
was right.
yeah, you create a digital copy of said work and then you sell it.
Yeah. Wait, Breeze, is it also because he went independent as well? I know he's always been independent, but wait, was he signed at one point and then he went independent? Do you think him going independent just made it even, allegedly, I'm gonna say, him going independent though, do you think allegedly that made them want to go for him? No.
I have heard that is one of the theories is that when he went independent, he didn't really have anybody behind him, and then there some people are saying that that's why it was easier target. And
I'm gonna say allegedly because I'm not sure if that's true or
yes,
not. That's just
everything
the
here is
theory.
alleged. Yes, everything is alleged, but I do think that kind of has something to do with it. But Tory, it makes me so sad because Tory was doing so good. He had the quarantine radio, his music was popping. But
I heard.
anybody who feels like they're too big that can fall. Anybody can fall. Okay, so I'm gonna play some of this video, and this is the press conference that they had 20 hours ago. Y'all, let me tell y'all, everything that we're talking about here is very recent and it just happened. But here we go, let's get into
St.
it.
Louis earlier on today about this new evidence being presented. We'll see if it has any legs in the courts. Let's listen into this here on Live Now.
Here, some really, really compelling new evidence that you've never heard before. Our legal team will explain all of that to you. We will have updates on Tory Lanez, Mr. Peterson, on how he's doing. It's really sad to see the situation that he's in. And we think it's time, enough is enough. It's time to bring the brother home. So with that, I would like to bring up our lead consultant, Mr. Walter Roberts.
Good morning. We are here today to bring to your attention some information Unite the People believes is exculpatory for Mr. Daystar Peterson's case, professionally known as Tory Lanez. Recently, we've been made aware that a member of the media, Mr. Gianno Caldwell, was working on an op-ed for the New York Post regarding Mr. Peterson's innocence. During his work on that op-ed, he became aware of some information in Unite the People's possession regarding a statement that was given to Unite the People by someone with information relevant to that case. The New York Post recently reached out to the prior district attorney, George Gascon, Megan Pete and her representatives, and Kelsey Harris and her representatives.
Okay, so the former district attorney, Kelsey's people, and Megan the Stallion. That was the name I was missing from earlier. So they reached out to them, and I'm curious as to what they were expecting when they reached out to them. I don't know what they were expecting, but what they are alleging is that after they reached out to them, that's when they shanked up Tory real quick in the prison. It's not funny. Shout out to Tory, he going through it. Y'all forgive me for laughing. Drip, what do you think so far, Drip?
I don't know. I mean, it's man. I don't wish him, the worst though. But I don't know what tax you think about it, man. Cause I don't know. I don't want that back on me though. However, though, I mean, if he innocent, he innocent. If he guilty, he guilty. I don't know what to think though. That's just what I'm saying. Both sides are too much go on though, and to be honest with you, I don't know what to think or really I'm not sure what to care though, I mean, in a way to care, but at the same time I don't, you know what I mean though?
Yeah, I'm not really too sure what to think either. And I think that's because this situation just happened within the last 48 hours. From him getting stabbed to um us hearing about the op-ed that was published, us hearing about the backstory, hearing about who the stabber was. It's just a lot that's happening in the past 2 days. And this is also going on simultaneously as the Diddy trial is going on. So it's been a lot that's been going on. But it makes you think. Does this theory not make sense though?
Okay, Breeze, I respect what you think. That if you think he innocent, he innocent. If he guilty, he guilty. I'm just trying to say to you, man, if you think that, I respect that. I'm just saying from me, though, I don't know what to think, though, for real. I mean, I used to think he was guilty, though, but at the same time, I don't know what to think, though, because both sides, though, make it not easy to understand. That's how I'm trying to think. I'm not saying I support her or not, though. I just don't know what to think. That's what I'm saying. Because you know what I mean, though. Because both sides, the way a lot of stuff came out on both sides is not making it any easy, though. That's why I'm not sure what. That's why I'm on the fence right now.
One thing I will say is that it seems like the men think Tory is innocent. And all up and down my YouTube timeline, all I see is Tory's innocent, Tory's innocent. It
Well,
seems like the
I'll be
men
real
think
with
Tory's
you.
innocent and the women think that Megan is innocent. So
Okay, but I was gonna tell you this is why. A few years back, I used to think Tory's guilty, though. I was one of them people, though, who thought he was guilty, though.
and hey at Trauma, how are you doing? How are you doing? He
And
said,
I'm
what's
keeping it
up,
real.
beautiful? Um, you know what? I never really
Okay,
had like a
Breeze, look.
strong
If
opinion
that's
about
the
it.
way, but
I
look,
never
though,
really had
Breeze.
a strong opinion. And hey, Trauma, what's up? I think I stopped by. Didn't I stop by and say something? oh, I did stop by. I don't know if
Okay,
I said
you
it,
got
but
a
I
point
did
though,
leave.
Breeze. I'm not gonna take that away from you. You have a point, man. I'm just saying what I used to think. I'm just trying to say though, now basically based on this type of thing, no, I don't know what to think anymore. That's what I'm saying, though. Like, look, I'm not gonna deny what you're saying or anything like that, but I'm gonna keep it honest with you, man. I have to keep it 100 with you, though. I'm basically gonna say I don't know what to think anymore because I used to think he was guilty.
Yeah, see, even if you think Tory is guilty, they did present some good evidence today. And we haven't even
Mm,
gotten into the whole evidence that they presented, but they got some good theories too. And Bree
I'm
said,
not
"Oh,
saying
God
she's off
said
the hook
he's an
either. To
innocent
me,
man
I
after she
I get
spoke to
I
Gail
agree
King."
though. Okay, I see what you mean though. You have a point. I'm saying though now I want to basically say, look, you have a point. What he's saying, he's got a point. I'm not saying she's off the hook either, but whether he's guilty or not, and I'm saying no, whether he's innocent or guilty or not, he did not deserve that, no man. Okay, if he's innocent, it is what it is, man. I'm just trying to say I don't know what to think though, and I'm straight down the middle right now because I'm straight on the fence and I don't know whose side to take though. Because now I'm starting to understand what he means though. Before, it's not that he was not off the hook either though. It was just like hard to
Um,
explain,
uh,
I guess.
Breeze, I know you're not calling me no liar. And then Trauma, is this the link for the video that or for the live stream that you did on Tory Lanez? Y'all make sure y'all subscribe to Trauma's YouTube channel. He be up all night and day working, okay? Okay, he be working hard.
Wait, please, really though? Really?
See, Breeze, I don't go to your channel and say men is all liars.
Okay.
And then Bree said Gail King had caught her in multiple lies and she wasn't even trying to catch her. During that time where that interview with Gail King and Megan Thee Stallion happened, the internet was on fire. The men have accused Megan of lying since day one. So I know that they're going to be so happy to
I think you differ,
find
man. Okay. Okay, Breeze, I get it though. It is what it is. If that's what you think, that's what you think, man. I respect that. All I'm gonna say to me though, man, is I beg to differ, cause I actually seen how both sides behave though. So I'm not on no gender thing, no. I'm on that universal thing, no. That's just how I like to see it though. Like if you ask me though, I feel like both genders is liar though. Don't be. I'm not gonna say one lies more than the other. I'm gonna say both, man.
Yes, and you know what, Drip? I'm glad that you made that point because we're so stuck on genders, but I've met bad people that are men and women. I don't even think it's gender.
Mhm.
I think people. There's good people and bad people. I don't think color, gender, all that really makes a big difference. Somebody could be bad and be whatever color, but you know we're here on YouTube. Y'all want to have this debate, so y'all do what y'all do. leave Drip out of it.
Yeah, but look, breathe. It's
Leave
all
Drip.
good, though, man. I'm just basically, kind of, you know, keeping it real right now, man. I'm keeping it a buck right now.
Okay, and another thing is, Trauma told you he be reporting on a lot of like this hip hop, a lot of the WAC 100, all that stuff. You know, he is a very good source. He be going in deep with it. So y'all make sure y'all check out his YouTube channel. He said hashtag free source. See, the man got a hashtag. Where is hashtag Keep Megan safe? They can't stand Megan Thee Stallion though. The bodyguard told the
I
truth
don't
because
know.
it was
I
effing
don't
with
really.
conscious.
Okay, my
If that
opinion
man
on
had
her, though,
died,
I have no
drip,
opinion
drip,
yet.
drip. Hold on one second. If that man had died, they would have made up some BS and said he was killed in a drug deal gone wrong or something worse. So the truth, I'll tell you the truth. And you know what? In this situation, it's just a hot topic and everyone feels so strongly about it. They got a hashtag. It said free Tory. But what were you gonna say, Drip?
I was gonna say, Breeze, it's all good, man, but I'm gonna keep it real, man. That's just how I think and how I think, man. I'm gonna keep it real with you, man. I mean, when you're saying that it's an easy answer, well, it is what it is, man. If you think that it is, okay, I'm cool with that, though. I mean, look, I get you on that, man. It's all good, though. I'm just keeping it
Wait,
real honest, though.
Drip, ain't Breeze your friend? Y'all be nice
Yeah,
to each other now. It's okay for people to have different opinions. That's
no,
perfectly
he
fine.
knows what's no. Of course, he my friend. No, I'm just saying he knows what up. He's just basically cutting up, though. He's just joking, man, with me. I know how he is, though, man. It's all
Yeah.
right, though. Nah, it's all cool, though. I'm just saying, there's no problem, no, man. He cool. He knows what's up. That's all good though. He's just trying to tell me, I just know what's up. I get where he's coming from though. I'm just, trying to mess with me. So I'm just like, okay, that's cool though. Okay.
But you know what? Sometimes you gotta stay out the chat. The chat be trying to get people. And Bree said Ria's the homie. I know, because when I
Yeah.
see Breeze, I see Ria's. Y'all be together, so I know y'all be cool. But
Yeah.
yes, this
Yeah, but
man
that's what
is
I'm trying to say though.
alleging.
When you're actually trying to tell me that's what I was trying to say though. I know how it is though. I know how it is though. I just know how it is, though. That's why, just basically, I didn't take no offense. You don't take no offense either. Just basically, it's no problem, though. I know how it is, though. But anyways, though, wow, that's interesting, though.
Yeah, especially in these YouTube streets. But he is alleging they reached out to all these people. They heard back from Megan. A week after they heard from her people, Tori got shanked up in prison. So they think that it has something to do with it. Let's go back in and see what else we hear.
Mm.
The only party that responded last week was Megan Pete's representatives with a request for more information. A few days later, Mr. Peterson's brutally attacked in his jail cell. Unite the People represents Daystar Peterson in his appellate process. We filed an appellate brief and a writ of habeas corpus on his behalf. The district attorney's office has already responded. The case is fully briefed. We're just waiting for the appellate court's decision. We were willing to wait for the appellate process to play out. But given that brutal, unprovoked attack, we felt it necessary to come here today to provide you with this information. It is our intention to make a request to the governor to either pardon or commute the sentence of Mr. Peterson, so that when he recovers from this attack, he's not returned to a jail cell, but that he's allowed to go home and recover. Not long ago, Unite the People was approached by a gentleman named Bradley James. Mr. James informed us he was working as the bodyguard and driver for Ms. Kelsey Harris during Mr. Peterson's trial. As such, he was in close proximity and he had privy to conversations she was having with her husband and others. Mr. James informed us he was not under a non-disclosure agreement or a confidentiality agreement and was free to speak with Unite the People, and that he was doing it because his conscience would not let him not speak and leave a man in prison for something he did not do. Mr. James informed Unite the People that he was a witness to the conversation Ms. Harris had, where she stated she had the gun, she fired it 3 times, Mr. Peterson grabbed her arm and knocked it down, and the gun fired 2 more times. In essence, Mr. Peterson never shot anybody, never even touched that gun, never fired the gun. This statement.
Wow. So we are hearing some bombshell developments. And shout out to Trauma because he came through already telling us what it was. He said the bodyguard told the truth because it was effing with his conscience. If that man had died, so pretty much the bodyguard came forward and told them his real account of the situation. That it wasn't Tory, it was really Kelsey. During this trial, for some reason, Kelsey had immunity and they didn't even get her fingerprints. It was just very, very fishy. It was just very, very fishy. Bree said that matches the actual statement from a witness that was there. But why did they give her immunity? I never really understood. It was, I felt like they rushed the case, but they didn't do all the proper due diligence. Trauma said, unfortunately, I know what it's like to have someone trying to unalive you and surviving, especially when you haven't done nothing to deserve it. God was with Troy. He was a hero, but made out to be the victim or villain. He made out to be the villain. You know what's crazy is if Tory really is in prison because of something that he did not do, and he didn't want to tell on Kelsey, and then he got shanked up. And then they're gonna try to unalive this man because they don't want the truth to come out. Allegedly, everything here is allegedly and the speculation. But
Okay.
is this not a good theory?
Okay. I mean, look, I'm starting to see why, starting to understand what breathe means, though. I'm starting to see, how both sides think, though. That's just how it is, though. I'm not really sure. I'm just straight down the middle on this one, though. I'm not sure what to think, though, but at the same time, I'm starting to understand what he means, though. It's a slight possibility. I'm not there yet, though, Breeze, though. I got you, man. I'm starting to understand what you mean, but I'm not fully convinced yet, though. Just need to know more, and maybe, though, maybe we'll see.
Shout out to Trauma. We got Trauma in the building. Let me Trauma, go ahead and introduce yourself and tell us about your YouTube channel.
Okay, yeah, hey, yeah, if y'all don't know who I am, it's I Can't Hold You, Trauma Told You. Uh, they know me as many names, you know what I'm saying? But I go by the quote, man, the slippery slope, man. And like I got many names, but I just do my thing, man. I kind of like got I stick to like pretty much like the celebrity shit like that, topics and shit, but I really just go along with stuff that really affects me. It's people say conspiracy, but I don't like that conspiracy shit because I feel like that's a dismissive word. Like that it's mistake. I don't even like the word conspiracy, but and I don't believe in coincidences neither. So, like, I just try to make sense out of shit, but I don't think, that's, I'm not biased on any, by any form, but I do try to, like, you know what I'm saying, lean towards what the facts say, you know what I'm saying? And that's why I try to do due diligence. I try to like I don't never come out and just report on something or talk about something before I actually let the facts come out. I try to give it 48 hours before something, like, because I could have came out and talked about this 2 days ago, but I feel like you gotta let time go, and so you can get all the facts straight. Because sometimes people rush or make assumptions, and then they end up being wrong, and they have to apologize for it. And I just try not to do that. But yeah, man. That's pretty much it, man. Yeah, I'm traumatic, man. People know me as Trauma. Told you, you know what I'm saying? I had a couple of channels now, but yeah, this is my current one, you know what I'm saying? So y'all check me out. I appreciate y'all. And I rock with 907 Good Eats. You know what I'm saying? I tell people to go subscribe to her too. So she good people, so I rock with you.
Okay. Yeah, this one my YouTube friend, so we gonna respect him. Ain't gonna be no slander. Y'all gonna treat him right.
For sure, for sure. Appreciate that. I just really, if you don't mind me saying, I just really wanted to, like, say, come up here because I didn't want to be typing too much in the chat, but I just wanted to say, like, if people don't know, like, I wanted to catch you up to speed on what I know. Like, they had reasons to want Tory out because this is what it really is. Like, he figured out the code of the industry, and they wanted to sign him. Rock Nation wanted to sign him, Jay-Z and them, but Tory said no. You know what I'm saying? He wanted to stay independent and do his thing. And partly because he knows how to make his money, and he knows how to, you know what I'm saying, basically stay in touch with the consumer and bring his package to them, like, his music to them straight. That's why he started with the NFTs and stuff. He's an innovator, but they didn't want him to share that knowledge because it'd be basically like cracking the industry, and they don't want these artists.
Mm.
Yeah, they don't want these artists to be independent and not need these labels and all that. We really don't need these labels no more because nowadays, everybody, you can make your own music, you can put it up, you can put it out, you can market it, you can do all that stuff yourself. So the knowledge that Tory was spreading, I feel like was going against the powers that be. And then it was like, people that like Rock Nation or Jay-Z took it as a spit in the face. So I feel like they kind of just used this situation and used Megan, you know what I'm saying, to kind of like railroad him into this situation as a sacrifice. I honestly believe that.
Okay. Oh, you feel like they sent Megan on him because Tory was too powerful, so they had to take him down. You know
Yeah.
what, Trauma? I think you got the right theory. I mean,
Okay.
that makes sense because he was going independent.
Uh-huh. So they don't like that. They don't want you to be, especially when you're cocky about it and you tell them like, "Oh, nah, man, like I don't need your services. I do my own thing." They don't like that. They really don't, you know. So I feel like, what I'm saying, it's a lot that has to do with it, but you can tell Megan didn't want to do this neither, but she was really trying to, like, I feel like she was put up to this more so, and she just had to go with it because she's the type that's like trying to, get clout, trying to level up in her on her in her position. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, man, it's kind of sad that Tory had to be like, what I'm saying, in the middle of the situation. But everybody who was close to the situation said the same thing, and it was all I already kind of knew this. It was just a moment of time before the facts came out. But that's honestly why I feel like they tried to kill him, because if he would have died, say for instance, if he would have died and they took an hour long in the plane ride, I mean the helicopter ride. What, it doesn't take that long, like, to get to the hospital. They were waiting on that man to die. He had been shanked 14 times by a
Wait,
convict that's
how
known a
long
killer.
did the helicopter ride take?
An hour long for them to get to the hospital. So what were
Shit,
they
you
doing?
really did the research, Trauma.
Right. Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. Why would it take that long? Were they waiting on him
So
to
you
die?
think, but you know what? When God has his hands on you, he got his hands on you. And
Exactly.
that's it, that's all. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Like, it wasn't Tory's time to go. and he wasn't gonna go at that point in time. But I think they definitely wanted a different outcome, and that is for Tory to not be alive.
Exactly.
Mm,
Exactly.
You
okay.
Yeah.
know, 'cause they just
Great
did
stuff.
so much.
Wow.
Hello. What's up? Whoever else is on the panel. I didn't mean to.
Oh, we got Riaz out here. Riaz, what's up, Riaz?
Hey,
What's up with it?
I'm
Yeah,
doing
man.
good, bro.
That's good.
Anyways, though,
Yeah.
I hooked this up. Basically, we co-streaming now.
Oh yeah. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, y'all go ahead and share the live stream out, um, and
Yeah, I
all
shared
that
it.
stuff. And then, what do you think about this panel? They knew his catalog would be money, which is kind of what you were saying, Trauma.
Oh, yeah. That's gonna be, and it's gonna take money out of these labels' hands because when more people start being independent and realizing they don't need these large labels and these, you know what I'm saying, it's gonna influence other people to not go that route, and they don't want that
Okay.
either. They want to
Wow.
make it. Yeah.
I mean, you got a point though, but I mean, though, like, yeah, you have a point. I think though, what you mean though, like what you described, though, you got a point. I mean, you got plenty of examples in the UK of guys basically doing their own label though, and they still got their thing going for them though, still, like remaining relevant stuff. We got a lot of guys in the UK still doing that though. For example, I gave you Skepta as well though. Like basically in 2003, nobody wanted to sign Skepta, so what he did instead though, he made his own label, his own crew, and that though made the Boy Better Know label and crew together, and from there though, he built his name. Literally, it was a big name, but he built his name even more to the point where labels even wanted him though. Now he's so big though that they're willing to partner with him, and he's got everything he needs though. So
There
can
you
see what
And
you're
go.
that's
doing.
the same thing that Tory was gonna do. Tory was gonna go off and build his own, and like
Exactly.
Trauma said, they didn't want him to.
Exactly. And you see what happens to people that follow in his footsteps. Like, look what they did to Nipsey. Nipsey was the same way. He preached independence. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't just gonna sign anything, and he knew what he was worth, and he knew his value, and he knew his relationship with the people. And that's an innovator. That's like a way that you're going to have a relationship with the people that actually consume your music, and he understood that. And when you have that type of relationship and you know how to capitalize on it, oh man, you gonna do big things. And they don't like to see people. They gonna make you play ball either way, one way or another, man. And that's what I feel like they doing, man.
Okay. Okay, I get you on that though. Got one guy though, his name's AJ Tracy though. Like AJ, basically he's independent though, but he's got distribution as well. So he's got his own label, he's got everything. AJ Tracy's a massive name in the UK. He's a big name though, actually though. Like literally though. He's been doing this since 2009, but he became massive around 2016 time no, and 2019 he went mainstream. So he's independent, but he literally made a massive impact, and he's doing well for himself. He's got his own label and everything like that though. He's not signed to anyone though, but he's got like a deal with them, so they just do the distribution though, but he owns everything.
Oh,
Yeah, and Tory his music was taking off. Things was going really, really good for him.
Okay.
And he also had popularity. He had name recognition. And
right.
it's did you expect to see him fall like this, Trauma? Did you expect this to happen?
What exactly? Exactly what? Like what? Him going to court or him going to jail
Him
and stuff?
going to prison and it being behind some women.
No,
Would
I
you ever
didn't
have
expect it.
expected this?
I didn't expect it because uh I knew for one, like it had to be more to the story that they was putting it out there. But like you gotta understand, like it's coming out now that she was not what's Megan's friend's name? The girl
It's
that
Kelsey.
yeah,
Chelsea.
Kelsey. Kelsey was the one that actually was trying to fire the gun. And because and Tory stopped her because that's the situation really was. She was upset or jealous because not really so much jealous, but she had messed with Tory first. You know what I'm saying? Like she was, they were having
Bunch of
relations
nasty stuff
first.
going on.
Exactly. And then, Meg got in her feelings because they were already gone. Like if you look at the situation, they were already leaving. And what happened was Tory was getting his Mac on. They were all in the pool and stuff, but Tory was getting his Mac on with Kylie Jenner. And I'm just gonna be real, like she shouldn't have hated on that because that's some billionaire pussy. Excuse me. I'm sorry. like, why does she think he wasn't like he shouldn't have been? You know what I'm saying? Like going after that, or why would she be so jealous to go back in there and try to get him to come home? Well, that shows you right there she was already had bad intentions or ill intentions because you can't make a grown man do what he doesn't want to do. So she was determined to mess that up. And I feel like that's part of it. So I don't know, man. It's a whole lot of stuff that plays into this, bro. But it's not right to see a man that's innocent that really didn't do that, go to jail. And he was trying to really just cover it up because like he didn't want to put her in a bad light. He still cared enough about her to not try to make her look bad. I feel like, but but like I said, I feel like Megan. I do feel like Megan was kind of like saying put up to this to lie like. From the powers that be or whatever, like, because maybe she didn't know, but I'm pretty sure she knew. She just said that it came from that direction. But even the doctor said that she didn't have no bullet fragments or nothing in her foot. It was no entry wound or no exit wound. So, and they said that the cut on her foot came from glass, not from a bullet. Yeah.
But how would they try this case on all this evidence that wasn't really evidence?
Man.
That's what's crazy. And shout out to Coach Ferg. We got Coach Ferg in the
Oh yeah,
building.
shout out to yes.
Another great
Salute.
content creator. Everyone up here makes great content. Check them out. Coach Ferg, tell us who you are.
Can you hear me? You can't hear me.
Yeah,
I hear you.
I can hear you.
I hear you though.
I'm just an old ugly ass light skinned dude was, retired. Just commenting
man,
on the
the
comment and shit.
Tell us the truth.
Well, shit. Well, I'm just a regular guy, man. That worked hard to get everything I had. Retired at 54. College, military, all that good shit. Work with young people 25 years, man. Changed lives like a month. So just happy to be alive today. That's all.
That must feel good. Retired at 54. That's what's up.
Mm-hmm. Sure is. I'll be glad when y'all young. I'll be glad when y'all favorite generation stop whining and crying and get to the place y'all need to get to.
Yes, sir.
Trey, over here, we don't be whining and crying. We just get to it. We figure it out. We make it happen.
For sure. Yeah. I mean, I've been listening in for a little while to take care of some stuff, but it's just unfortunate because, I was looking at another little video short. Look at all the artists over the years who stood up against the machine of the industry, right? 99% of them are no longer here.
Right.
From Michael Jackson, Prince, anybody. Rappers, anybody, Tupac, everybody, everybody. They no longer here. And it's unfortunate because we'll come behind it and we'll convict our own before a trial. We convicted them, whether it's a man or a woman. And then months later, other evidence start coming out. And then we'll sort of be on the same team. Oh, it was wrong. But we ain't really trying to fix the problem. We just band-aid it up until the next situation comes about.
Good point.
Look at the two people involved, Megan and this Tory, right?
if a doctor say there's no medical evidence of being shot, especially in the foot, you got, like you said, now too many small bones. One bullet going in your foot is damn near gonna shatter all your little bones around, right?
Right.
But I was thinking, okay, maybe shot at the ground, ricochet. I can see it, right? You ricochet, yeah. Yeah, you ricochet, a little bullet, a little ricochet, okay. But she never wore a boot. She never wore a special, you know what I'm saying? I never saw her limping. She didn't have crutches, none of that.
Maybe went to go twerk the next night. Excuse
so, but look at what happened. Look at what has happened to her career. She's got major endorsements, and he went down possibly for a crime he didn't commit, but he went against the machine. He went against the machine. But, I just wish more, especially of us regular people, would sort of band together and find somebody who we can protect and promote them on our own. Because we have the money. All the money we spending on the fake Gucci and Lucci that we find out is fake as hell. We can back somebody and put them in a position to where we can protect them better. But
right.
Again, I don't know.
I don't want to cut you off. I just want to add on to what you were saying. But yeah, I feel like if you weren't done talking, if you still talking,
No, I'll say this and I'll shut up, brother. It's just listen. As a man, right? You're a young man, right? When you come to the world, don't start out, and this is my advice on navigating man. Don't start out with how you feel. It's what you believe, what you think, not how you feel. Feelings are fleeting, and I'm just being facetious when I say it, but I don't have to give a damn about your feelings. That's for your mama and your daddy and your family. For me, in the world, I don't have to care about your feelings. But I'm not saying it to disrespect. I'm just saying it as how to express what you're going to say. It's not about how you feel. You're thinking, you're using your logic. You're not using your feelings. That's all I'm saying.
For sure. Yeah, because it's really not about how we feel. Like that, it's not. Like nobody cares. Like people want to know what the facts is. I just want to know, like, you know what I'm saying, what the facts is really. I don't care about feelings too much when it comes to shit like this. But it's the way you articulate it too. Like I want people to understand this though. You know what I'm saying? Like we can't act like we ain't seen this before, because like you said, like everybody who goes against the machine ends up, so we need to focus on being able to defend and protect our people, and maybe that way this stuff can stop happening and shit like this, because it's too easy for them. Like I feel like, you know what I mean, like for one, like, just look at, you can go back to the Black Panthers, you can go back to all that, like everything they was doing, we had the right idea, but I don't think we knew what we was up against. Like, because if we did, like, you gotta understand, man, they really tried to like destroy the fabric of our people, man. And like, you could call it whatever you want, but it happened. You know what I'm saying? It happened. You know what I'm saying? So I just want, look, I got a 21-year-old daughter, you know what I'm saying? Like, I know the difference in the generations. Like a lot of them, I can't even tell you how soft these, you know what I'm saying? Like, but it's like, okay, you still gotta like empathize with them, but the world gonna be the world. It's gonna chew you up and spit you out if you ain't ready for it. And so you can't sugarcoat everything with these motherfuckers. Like, it's like everything can't be pampered. You know what I'm saying? Some things just gotta be cut and dry. You gotta keep it 100. You know what I'm saying?
I got a 22-year-old son, right? And I approached him just like my dad approached me. From the time I can remember, my daddy told me the real deal. He didn't give a damn about how I felt about when he was telling me about life. He told me the real truth about shit. And I think as we have gotten, I'm a Gen Xer, and I'm the baby daddy generation. Then at 907, always hear me talk about the crack era. You know what I'm saying? The crack era changed the game. It changed the game completely. It took mothers out the home because mothers was getting hooked on drugs. Feminism took the father out, but crack took the mother out, and now teenagers were raising themselves, and here they are in their 30s and 40s, and you can listen to it on any channel. It ain't my fault. It's my mama's fault. It's my daddy's fault. They didn't teach me. Didn't nobody teach me, da-da-da. So are you trying to make a better life for yourself? Because when we know better, we have to start living better. We can't be over 35 trying to play kid games. You can't do it as a black man. Even black people push it to the side. Black people go push it to the side. And now we already know what the other people do to us. They go definitely push us. They want us to be isolated. So as long as we separate and isolated, they win, regardless. So
that's why I like talking to people like you.
Tom, you said you got a 21-year-old daughter?
Yeah, man. I had I was 15 when you know what I'm saying, when you know, I felt that I was gonna be a father, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, started early, you know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, like, it's just it's the crazy world out here, man. Like, so I try to keep it 100 with her, you know what I'm saying? But you know, we all make mistakes and stuff like that. You know, you can't be the perfect parent, you know what I mean? Like, you can do everything right and still have issues with you know, so it's like, I'm not gonna sit up here and act like I got it all figured out, because I don't. But one thing I always learned though is to listen, and you know, you gotta close your mouth to listen sometimes. My bad. Go ahead.
No, 907 is something unique about his story, right? Because we hear it all the time. Women had a baby and then the man left, right? So let's just look at his example as the masses over the last 35 years. Like I've been saying, if we have a baby as a teenager, am I a man or am I still a teenager? We teenagers making babies, right? Wouldn't it be beneficial to both of us if you as the mom give me access to my child? Not saying you know, if I wanted to come over, as long as we work it out, I can put me on the school contact list, invite me to the report card pickups, the parent-teacher meetings, the birthday, make sure that I'm there. Over time, our child, when that child start getting into their puberty and they start smelling their little funky ass underarm pits, and now they're looking at the opposite sex, because we all get to that age where we realize, oh, I like girls, ooh, I like boys, right? Now, him as a father, understanding his young life, can say, look, baby girl, you ain't gonna be like daddy. Look, son, you ain't gonna be out here slanging it like daddy did and mama did as teenagers. See what I'm saying? A man ain't gonna really let his child sort of fall into that same life cycle. But if you isolate my child from me and make chaos every time I come around just because I got some new kicks on, a new shoe, you know what I'm saying? And you create these divides, your daddy ain't want to be with us. I'm your daddy and your mama. Now I'm 12, 13 looking at my own daddy like he robbed me. Like, who's this nigga right here? But I'm seeing mama with all the niggas though. So you gotta,
I gotta stop you. I gotta stop you. You get carried away. The difference between trauma and a lot of other people is trauma took accountability for his decisions and his actions and is choosing to do the right things for his daughter. Unfortunately, there are some people who don't grow up when they have a kid. They remain a teenager and they are stuck in that mindset. Every situation is different. Hey, Fear No Morals, Trey up here trying to get us started on the gender wars.
No, I'm not. I'm just trying to say we both need to have access to our child, because we both don't, like you said, there's no perfect way for us to parent. We learn as we go. And then our child would develop their understanding of me on their own. See what I'm saying? The children are coming to the other parent with already these preconceived ideals based off what they've been told. If your brother don't like me, your daddy ain't shit. Your sisters don't like me, your daddy ain't shit. So now when they look at me, they like, I ain't shit. But I ain't did nothing to the kid. I just did something to the mama. As maybe cheated. But I can't help it. Her friends like how good looking I am. Because they threw the monkey at me. They threw the monkey at me. I'm 18 years old.
This is Coach Berg, aka Trey. This is a friend to the show. But Trey, Tory Lane seems like he may have had both parents. His father was involved.
He got caught
how
up.
do you think, what do you have to say about that? Because here we got somebody that got two parents and they're at where they're at.
Because he was so wanting to get into the space, that rap game, that he chose that path. Now, I think, is it correct that he's not an American? He's from Canada? Okay.
Yes.
One, he should have took his ass. He should have took his ass back to Canada. Once he separated from his label, he should have went back to Canada. But he was trying to live. Yeah, he was trying to live a life that really he wasn't raised on. So he was isolated. By him being in America, he's isolated. America does that.
And that's part of the reason why he got stabbed up, because he don't understand the politics of how things work here. Well, that's probably not the reason, but that could be part of it, because come on, man, you gotta know how things work. And I'm pretty sure he was set up in that situation. But yeah, he right, man. Like, so maybe it would have been smart to go back to Canada. But can he go back once he gets tried here?
Well, it all depends on if he has some type of parole or something like that. So it all be, that stuff can be worked out.
Oh, yeah.
It can be transferred, but America and Canada, they sort of like to keep things separate. So it's just unfortunate.
Okay.
Man. I wouldn't want to see nobody go to jail, especially if we know now he almost lost his life. Now, all of a sudden, well, maybe it wasn't so true that he shot her. You know what I'm saying? Shit like that. That it makes no sense to me. They taking his money, because you look at everybody, they come after your money. Most of us are going to get attacked. Most black men, by the time you think about it, we don't come into the height of our wealth until our mid-50s, right? You look at everybody on those damn lists. Most of them, when they start getting into their 50s, close to it, they start coming after them. They find shit. They put people in place, and we so caught up in chasing ass and titties today that we look past all of the flaws that they got. Yeah, it is what it is, but it's just unfortunate. So who wants to be better? So I think he should have went back to Canada and just got away from it all, because the two women I think one testified, Megan, she gonna twerk to her days. She gonna be twerking to y'all daughters and shit when she's 60.
Yeah. You crazy. She probably is gonna be an old woman and still twerking though. But I'm gonna play a little bit more of this video. This is new evidence was presented in the case. He is saying that they were going to publish a piece about how Tory Lanez is innocent. They reached out to the former DA's rep, Kelsey's rep, and Megan's rep. Only Megan's people responding, and then Tory was stabbed in jail. And all this happened within the last 48 hours. So let us get back into this video.
Lines with the statement of the only non-party witness to the case, Mr. Sean Kelly, who at trial testified he saw two women fighting, two men break up the fight, one man grabbed the other one's arm. Gunshots came from the passenger side. The passenger side is where Miss Harris was sitting. This further iterates that Mr. Peterson did not shoot Miss Pete, did not shoot at Miss Pete, or did not assault Miss Pete. It's just another irregularity in a list of irregularities in this case. For example, There were 3 potential suspects in the car that night, and yet the only DNA sample was taken of Mr. Peterson, even though unknown DNA was found on the gun. Why wasn't Miss Harris's DNA taken? Or was it taken and the information simply never given to the defense? Why wasn't the driver of the car, Mr. Jaquan Smith's DNA taken? Or was it taken and again, simply not given to the defense? We don't know. It should have been taken. It is Unite the People's understanding, regular LAPD practice at a crime scene like that. Anybody who's there, the DNA is taken. Another irregularity. Why, at Miss Harris's police interview, was a non-lawyer, non-family member record company executive allowed to participate? Highly irregular situation. Normally, we see cases, strangers are not allowed in these things, but it was in this case. All of these things point to the highly irregular nature of his trial and his conviction. It is our contention that he was wrongly convicted. And while we at first were willing to let the process play out, it is our contention now that if he is not pardoned or released promptly, he may never come out. And that would be the ultimate injustice, is that he gets killed in prison for something he did not do. At this time, I'd like to bring up Mr. Gianno Caldwell, the media member who was working on that op-ed for the New York Post. Thank you.
Okay, I'm back now. I had to run downstairs
Good
for
morning.
a second.
Well, shout out to him because I was so happy to see that it was a black man that had took a deep dive into this Tory Lane story, and that he was a black man that was going to come out with a piece about how he was innocent. I thought that that was dope. What do you guys have to say about everything that we have seen up until this point?
Say it again. What we
What do you have to say about everything that we have seen up until this point? And hey, Joy is real online. Hey, how are you doing? What do you have to say about, the allegations that he made, that he feels like this was a hit? He feels like they set this up, and that, what do you have to say about
Yeah,
everything he said?
that's what I said the same exact thing. So they must be listening to me or something, or we must be on the same page.
Brother, your mic is
Yeah,
bumping. You might want to turn it down. So
I think I feel like it's not hard to see. It's like if you really look at what's really going on, it's like it's not hard to come to that conclusion. Like, how did this guy even get next to Tory? Come on now, this dude was a convicted killer. Like, he killed a 13-year-old girl. Why is he even making it? You know what I'm saying? Like, most time you go to prison, man, if they think of you as a pedophile or something, they gonna, the inmates gonna handle you. You know what I'm saying? They ain't gonna let you make it like that. So I feel like he was obviously brought in to do a job. For him to even have 2 shanks and be able to stab, if Tory hadn't had that hoodie on, he probably would be dead. Because this is gonna come out. Like, when the dude grabbed him, he started stabbing him or whatever, and the hoodie came off, and that's when he was able to get out of there. You know what I'm saying? Like, if he didn't have that hoodie on, bro, he probably wouldn't even have been able to get away.
And I just want to say this is all alleged. All
Yeah,
alleged, and it's our personal opinions.
right.
But how do you know he got a hoodie on? I never heard that part before. See, trying to be doing the deep dive. This is why I say y'all need to subscribe to his YouTube channel.
Hey,
He know more
man.
than the news.
Hey, I'm telling you, like, I know people who know people, and yeah, look, I used to be out here and
Trey, what do you have
running
to
around.
say? Oh, I thought he was done. Go ahead, Trauma.
No, that's it. Go ahead.
Trey, what are your thoughts on everything that we've seen so far?
I mean, I'm glad that people at least the driver is finally speaking up. But again, man, you know, the machine, they gonna touch who they want to touch and pay who they want to pay, because this is a lot of, just think about what has happened over the last 35 years to me, right? Our former president signed a crime bill to send almost every young ninja 18 years old to prison. He was a part of it. That was part of that whole type of life that they was trying to perpetuate us in, whether we was doing shit or not. We got identified as the worst of them. And that was old Biden. Him and Clinton created a bill, 3 strikes, you're out. They were seeing a lot of brother. And it's all under that same feminist mindset of locking up young brothers, destroying them, and then, like I said, how was he even able to have 2 shanks? He's already a dangerous inmate, so he shouldn't even really have the ability to move freely about to get in those positions. And Tory was led by other people that worked in the prison to certain positions. They know nothing goes on in prison without, like, people higher up knowing what's going to happen. So it's just unfortunate that it happened to him. Hopefully he can make it out. You know what I'm saying? They can put it in.
What's up, Drip? Welcome back, Drip. Drip, do you have any comments about what we just seen so far? We're gonna hear from the media about more about the op-ed that he was gonna edit. But do you have anything to say about what we just saw so far, about the accusations that were made?
I mean, this is interesting, no? So to be honest, though, like he's responsible for his own actions, but at the same time, I'm not sure what to think at the same time, though. That's if I'm keeping it honest. I don't know what to think, though.
Yeah, I know everything is just kind of so new, and it's a lot of information, and I'm sure, you know, we're gonna hear even more. But we're gonna hear this man who was going to publish his op-ed about how Tory was innocent. We are gonna hear from him, and he's gonna point out some key facts in the case that were just very sketchy.
Mm-hmm.
Does anybody have anything to say before I play the video?
Pretty much anything I gotta say is make sure to leave a like, comment, share, subscribe, but then also check me out. Also, check out the host too, though. And check out Drama if possible if you wanna connect to him too, though. And pretty much to check out, you know, or check out our content also, though. Make sure to check out the new, check out my show today, and also I got a new show coming tomorrow as well, though. Man's consistent, you know.
Yes, make sure y'all head over to Ria's YouTube channel. One of our good friends here at 907. That's always support. We always try to support him as well. And then Trauma was up here, and I'm gonna work on getting Trey Ferg's link if any of the mods could drop it. And hey, Emperor, he said, "What up, though, wife? I fear no mortals." Yeah, we got fear no mortals in here. We got joy, so it's a good time, and we got the Drip Squad, most important, up in here as well.
Mm-hmm.
So we finna hear what he got to say about the piece that he was going to write, and how he felt Tory Lanez was innocent. I also, before we get up out of here today, I'm going to make this stream go a little bit longer. I really have got to show you guys what Tory Lanez's father said. He had a really good speech, but let's get back into this video.
Thank you for coming today. My name is Gianno Caldwell. That is spelled Gianno, Caldwell, Caldwell. I am the founder of the Caldwell Institute for Public Safety at caldwellinstitute.org. I am also a member of the press for almost a decade now. I've been looking into Daystar Peterson's case for almost 6 months now, professionally known as Tory Lanez. And after reviewing the evidence, the reporting, and the legal analysis, I've come to the conclusion that Tory Lanez was railroaded by the former district attorney, George Gascon. He was also wrongly convicted. I believe if Jesus Christ was Tory Lanez's attorney, George Gascon would do whatever in his power to ensure that Tory Lanez lost that case. Tory Lanez's defense team have alleged the withholding of exculpatory evidence, prosecutorial misconduct, among other issues that I was compelled to write an opinion piece for the New York Post. It is true that last week, the New York Post editors reached out to 3 parties, one being George Gascon, Megan Pete's team, and Kelsey Harris. It is also true that Megan's team was the only ones that responded back for that request for comment. I had some glaring questions, and that was the reason for this op-ed. Things didn't make any sense to me, many issues in this case, and I was shocked by the lack of interest from the media to ask very simple questions. There were multiple people with gunshot residue on their hands that night. Why didn't all individuals have the residue tested, their DNA tested on the weapon? That's a legitimate question. According to the prosecution, Tory was excluded from the clip of the gun. And according to Tory's defense team, they said DNA analysis showed that there was a 0.01% chance that Tory touched the actual gun itself. Another piece that stood out to me, the call that the prosecution alleged Tory made confessing to a crime. I listened to that call. I'm sure many of you have as well. I didn't hear a confession. But what really shocked me about it is if my best friend was shot maliciously by someone just 2 to 3 hours before, I wouldn't have answered the call, or if I did, I wouldn't calmly have a conversation with the individual of it. And
He makes a really good point
Right.
here, because the fact that she was so calm during that phone call, and I recently heard the phone call again yesterday because I was, doing a deep dive. She was very calm.
Exactly.
I was like, she knew she did it.
Right. You know she lied. And don't no woman talk like that got shot by somebody. You know what I'm saying? And I knew it was some bull when she got back in the limo. Who would get shot at and get back in the limo with somebody?
It was just very, very strange. And honestly, if somebody harmed me and you were reaching out to my people, they would be trying to fight you.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
exactly.
just straight up. It's on site. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Nobody playing.
And thank you so much, Troy, for dropping Trey's link. Thank you.
Thank you.
I said 313.
Listen,
what does 313 mean?
Ain't that Detroit's area code?
Yeah, it look like it's Detroit up
there. Man, American Tradesman, you be having some good content on your community tab. I'll be looking at them. Some good content over there. But yeah, she was just way too calm for him to have shot your best friend. Not even just a regular friend, but a best friend.
Uh-huh.
And you on the phone talking with somebody who just shot me? We gotta be thin.
Exactly.
It's all part of the machine. It's all part of it. People are willing to sell their souls for that spotlight. They're willing to sell their souls for that spotlight, which is unfortunate, because when it all dies down, they have to live with themselves. And then they come crying back to us. But these are new times. people just ain't accepting people back like that. You know, they're gonna take a hit for a while. So it's unfortunate. If Megan's lying, then she gonna get her white guy and they gonna get married and she gonna have some mixed kids and she ain't gonna come back. She gonna start talking about ninjas. Ninjas ain't shit. And watch what I tell you. Yeah.
That's crazy. You're so right.
It's unfortunate because she has a following of young women who should be, I ain't gonna say should be, who could be having an opportunity to meet a good man, marry, have some smart kids instead of all these little slow ass kids we having.
Man.
But
all of that ain't Megan's fault.
No, it's not. It's not her fault. But my thing, here's my thing with Tory anyway, you know, and I'm just looking at it from a protective point of view. It's not new that when you are guys that are in that game, you know, that you're going to be going out, you're going to be involved with people. Some people like you, some people don't for whatever reason. But if I know I'm ready to make a major move and I'm going to be, and this is just for anybody going forward, listen, you don't ever be the one with the drugs or the gun on you. You get Big Bubba, 6'6", 275, get him the license to carry, and he hold all your heat.
Right.
You don't hold nothing. You just hold up your bottles and pop your bottles and chill and enjoy. You don't be the one carrying the piece. No.
Right.
Big Bubbles, he's licensed to do it. He can do it. He can get anybody off of you. You know what I'm saying? But you don't put yourself in that position. I'm just saying. So
right. Like everybody know back in the day, you know, well, I'm not gonna say everybody, but you know, real ones know back in the day that when that happened with Snoop was the one that probably let that off, but his bodyguard took the cover for him because he was the one registered to hold the heat. You know what I'm saying? Rightfully so. Like, you know what I'm saying? And who's to argue with it? Because you weren't there. He gonna probably nigga, hey, you know I'm making the money, so you gotta protect the money. You gotta let me keep making the money. You supposed to protect the bag.
yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes. And look, if you do have to go sit down for a few years, guess what I'm gonna be doing? I'm gonna be making these hits, and you ain't gonna never have to worry about nothing on your books because you gonna have racks on that motherfucker.
That part.
Like, nigga, put 10 bands over on his books.
I'm
I'm just saying.
Wait, but look, anyways, I decided to end the co-stream on my side. Could you end mine though? Like basically, I ended mine though too early because it's kind of getting late for me. You know, I'm just gonna chill on the panel though. But I ended my side though. You know.
Okay, I'll end it. All right, Drip, no worries. I feel like what a lot of the problem is the entertainers are trying to be the entertainer, security, management. They're trying to play too many different roles. Like if you're gonna be the boss, be the boss.
Right.
You gotta pick. You can't try to be the criminal and the boss, because then nobody gets to eat then. The table is gone. You know what I'm saying? Like you pick a role.
907 used to be a thing where we used to call back in the day is play your damn position.
Yeah.
Play your position.
That's a cold ball.
Just play your position. You know what I'm saying? You ain't got
And it sounds so simple, but it's apparently it's really hard.
Yeah, it's hard for my favorite generation to think like that.
And it's be okay with your position too. Like everybody can't be a star player, but everybody play a part. You know what I'm saying? You couldn't have 5 Jordans. You had to have a Rodman. You had to have a Pippen. You had to have Steve Kerr. You had to have, you know what I'm saying, people to play different positions. You couldn't have 5 Jordans. That wouldn't work.
Yeah.
For real.
Wait. Can I tell you this though as well? Then as what's also interesting as well. There's a guy there in the UK. His name is Giggs. He's a legendary artist. What happened to him in 2003 is he got a felony, right? And that same thing was held against him, no. So that same artist though, Giggs got banned from America long time ago, a few years ago though. Giggs got a 10-year ban, no, from 2003. He cannot go to America because of what he did in the past. He was once about that life. When he actually started making it with music, though, he left that life, but that life will still follow him, you know? So basically, he got a 10-year ban from America, though. But now he can go now, though, of course, because that 10-year ban is over, though. He can go to America now and he can work there and can fly there too, though, now. But before he couldn't though. And also the feds would shut his shows down a few times though, even though like because of what he was saying though. Back then though, what he said though, like what he was saying though, he's very real though. Too real though. Like he was doing that UK gangster type thing though. Basically industry wasn't doing it. He was doing something against what they were doing though. And despite all of that though, he kept pushing through. Eventually what he did though, he was ahead of his time though. And that same formula actually worked in his favor long term though.
But yeah, back to what you were saying, trauma, and pretty much what
Yeah,
Drip is saying
that's
too.
interesting.
Everybody just needs to play their role and be happy with their position. If you're going to make it off the streets and get this new gig that you got going on that's feeding everybody, you need to keep that in mind. And you
Yeah,
need to
but
move like you got a lot to lose. And I feel like right now, especially in today's time, we're seeing a lot of people moving like they ain't got nothing to lose, thinking that they're
no, it's
too
not
big to
that
fall.
early.
Right.
I wouldn't say it's not that odd. It's not that simple as well. It's also a mindset thing as well, though. I ain't excusing that. It's more of a mindset thing. Even though you got some people who literally make it, they don't need to do that lifestyle, even though they've made it, got too much money. But at the same time, though, it's that mindset thing, man. From where they grew up, though, and how they basically think and stuff like that. Even though they know they shouldn't do that, though, like they're self-aware of what they're doing, but at the same time, though, they just know. It's also like sometimes their fans as well that just make them, stay where they stay because I know what makes them money. Though, say if they changed everything, right, where they actually get the same amount. Of course, they'll lose a lot too, though. So that's what they're thinking. No, I'm not excusing though. There's a difference between excusing and actually understand why would they do such a thing though. I ain't excusing that though. They're responsible for their own thing though. I'm just trying to actually really, really understand deep down inside why they thinking like this and why they trying to do that though.
Well, I mean, I feel like I always say the worst drug ever invented was clout. And you know what I'm saying? Because clout, you people get high off this like shit that means nothing. Like clout you can't cash it in. It don't all it can get you is some views, some likes, or maybe like, you know what I'm saying, a little bit of, you know, ooh nah nah, whatever you want to call it. But it's not like that shit gonna last. It's gonna be able to put your kids through school, and it's not like it's gonna give you generational wealth. It's not really what people think it is. People are dying because they trying to get clout and they not thinking about the consequences that come behind that shit. Because you
Okay, you
might
got a
change your
point
life,
there.
but all
You
that
got a
shit you was
point.
doing 10 years, 15 years before trying to get clout, you know what I'm saying? Nigga, there's a little nigga that ain't forgot about that shit.
I'd also
And
say
yeah.
though, it also comes with a price there as well if you do that type of lifestyle. I ain't about that life, but I actually kind of understand, though, that look, you can't build yourself on haram money, or like basic, you can't build yourself on that type of foundation, though, because that same foundation can come back to haunt you in a way, though. Even if, some of them, no, not everyone, though, some of them, right? Say if they actually left that life behind, they moved out, they did what they need to do. Don't you think that same lifestyle would just come back and find a way? Even if they ain't looking for it, they'll still find a way. To some people, though, not everyone, though.
You ever seen Carlito's Way?
I
Not
haven't
really.
seen it, but I heard about it.
Not really, though. First time hearing that. Enlighten me, though. Like,
Well,
let
I
me
was just
know.
saying, like Carlito's Way, man. Like basically, what ended up being his downfall is the younger version of himself. You know what I'm saying? Like, and he basically disrespected this dude that reminded him of himself, but he felt like, who is this little dude? Like, really, all little dude was trying to do was just trying to, like, get the respect from the old dude. The old dude didn't want to give him. He looked at him like, you little young schmuck, you little young punk, but he underestimated him. And that ended up being his downfall, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, because at the end of the movie, he blasted him, you know what I'm saying? And he was almost about to make it out and go off into the sunset. But
Okay. That's interesting.
underestimated his younger self, man.
Wow. That's interesting. I get you on what you mean, though. Yeah. I mean, that can actually happen to us, but I guess that is a good point, though. Actually, though, check out this song that's about artist called Sneak Boy. He's in the UK, and he made this song called Older, though. And in that song, like, basically, though, he just made that song like basically he's the advice that he knew back then in 2015. Since he's older, though, like this is he's just in that song. He's just playing both versions of himself. He plays the younger and older. So he's just basically He's basically saying in that song, "This is the advice I wish I would have given myself when I was younger." Though, like he acts that he plays like both the older and younger version. Though, like when he was younger, his original name was Sneaky, though, because he was known for being a troublemaker and a sneaky one, though. That's what Sneak Boy's original name was, though. And from there, Sneak Boy's a changed man. He moved out of Brixton, though. He's rich now. He's a father. He's a businessman, and he's doing music as well, though. And he a legend in the scene too. So he moved out, though. Like you got a different mindset and everything. Him becoming a father changed him, though. Not
But
always. Not
one
everyone
thing I
would
would
change.
say, I feel like we're seeing a lot of people underestimate people. Like, one thing I'll say is like I feel like sometimes the men underestimate the women a lot. Not and it could be vice versa too. But I feel like Tory Lanez underestimated the 304s. Shannon Sharp underestimated. I feel like we're seeing a lot of that. Do you feel like it'll ever change? And we'll start with you, Trey, because you ain't said nothing, and I saw you over there shaking your head earlier.
Yeah, I want to hear what he got to say.
I mean, I don't think it'll ever change for men who chase money. I don't think it ever changed for those guys. I always believe in chasing the skill, and the skill brings the money. But again, it's subjective to everybody. I've lived a pretty good life the last 10 years of my life where I don't have to really want for anything. I've said it a few times on panels. Me and my wife, we live off $15 a day. So I don't want for anything. My credit is at an all-time high. I have, just running down the list of things, I have a couple of properties. I'm retired. My wife works from home. She leaves the house maybe 4 times a month. But I'm saying it because I understood I had to work for it. And I'm not moved by money. I have plenty, but I like to keep it over here. I'm not going to be flashing, look what I got for people. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of, when I look at people who put themselves a lot of times are in those positions A lot of them come from single parent homes. A lot of them come from poor conditions. So if you put $50,000 in my face, I've never seen it before at one time. What you need me to do, 907? I've heard dudes talking about they'll take it up the ass for 100,000.
Hey Trey, okay, we don't need no graphics.
No,
Trey.
but what I'm saying is
you say the back door.
okay, they'll take it in the back door. They'll eat the back door. They'll slurp the back door up based off that little money though. But I'm just saying when you have a poor-minded people, a lot would do whatever they need to do to get that money. And when we get that money, the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna buy some fake jewelry. We're gonna probably get our grill. We're gonna buy them little tight ass pants with rhinestones on it.
I ain't never wear no skinny jeans in my life. I ain't never wear them.
We're gonna pop some bottles. We're gonna get us a Hellcat. And we won't even and we won't even buy a house. You're right. You see what I'm saying? We won't even buy the 3-bedroom house with the front and backyard. We won't do that, but we'll get a high rise that we'll rent.
That was the first thing I was determined to do.
Huh?
I said rent out a bunch of luxury cars. There was this woman that spent $16,000 to send her daughter to prom. And I say that because you brought that up, Trey, and they was our skin color. They were light skin, though, like you, Trey.
That was light skin. Is that what you said?
It was light skin.
Yeah, but she again, single mama, single daddy mindset. It ain't about the family. It's about me. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna shut up. Spending $16,000 on my dumbass daughter's prom lets me know that that's as far as she going. My daughter ain't going to college. Ain't no damn way you gonna spend I'm not gonna spend $200 on your birthday unless I got $200 worth of barbecue. I got meat that I'm ready to barbecue on the grill and some damn styrofoam cups for your little raggedy ass friends. That's it. And they better bring some ice.
Right.
I mean, but look at our mindset. Now, could she have put that as a down payment on a nice house? Yeah. But $16,000 on a prom?
Right.
You ain't going, your daughter ain't going, I bet her daughter right now is not in college. I guarantee it. She probably walk around talking about, I need a job. I'm going to be an entrepreneur. But can't sell shit. Come on.
Right. They don't make them like they used to,
Trey,
bro. I'm telling you.
Trey is so funny. Okay,
he is, bro. I would love to pick this nigga's brain, man, for a minute, man. I like what he be saying, though. It's funny, but it's real though. It ain't.
Hold on, what he
said? I be like talking to my dad when I be talking to Trey. Or Coach. I call him Trey, but he go by Coach now. Blaze said, now why when I come back, I'm hearing talk about guys slurping from the back door.
I mean, man.
Wow, and I said, yeah, I had to stop him. I was like, Trey, we don't want no more. This is 907 goodies. We're in the season right now, but Trey, get ready to run an appetite for the day.
No. Let me give Blaze some context. Blaze, I've heard on panels, guys live said that they would do that for $100,000. They'll do that.
Those super channels don't watch because that's crazy.
Well, yeah, it went from buying groceries to eating booty like groceries, huh? Like that's what that's what it went to.
These young folk crazy. These young folk
who sits around and even asks themselves these questions? Craziness.
They ask that question. I'm like, and you answered it, but you would answer like, yeah, for $100,000. What? These little ashy, rusty dudes, even the women don't even take baths no more. So,
oh man, hygiene is all bad. Yeah,
Stay away
man.
from them channels. Stay out them chats. Stay away from people like that who sitting around talking about stuff like that. When you come over here to 907 Good Eats, Trauma, Coach Ferg is normally not talking this crazy. He
No,
do be talking
no.
crazy, but we hit a new high today.
Yeah, I'm just
Hey,
tired of people crying.
hey, I feel
But
him
we
though.
are gonna. Oh, what's up, Trauma?
No, I was just saying, I feel him though. I'll be listening. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like I kind of relate to what he's saying. You know what I'm saying? He's just a little bit older than me, but I feel like it's wisdom. You know what I'm saying? But you know what I'm saying? Like for real, for real. Because the way I'm looking at it is like, bro, like we the last of I'm the last of a dying breed. I feel like I honestly feel like that. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm sorry to say, but like the generations after and coming, like they don't really have no respect. And these niggas, like, it's just a different way of the way people do shit. It's just different. You know what I'm saying? So it's not all good. But I like when I see somebody at peace, I listen to them because I feel like that's more valuable than money. Like, you know what I'm saying? Somebody at peace, or so you can tell when somebody's at peace, or yeah, that's the best word to say. Like at peace or not content, because I feel like content is like too complacent. But I mean, like, yeah, at peace. When you at peace with yourself, you can tell it resonates. You know what I'm saying? And I'd rather learn how somebody found peace than learn how they made $1 million.
I'm telling you, because a lot of the people would be disturbed upstairs. But shout out to Unhinged, Manavy, and Fro, one of our good friends here at 907 Good Eats. And I got a plane going over, y'all. But Blaze said Coach Berg unfortunately does. Coach Berg definitely comes through dropping knowledge now. And he also said Coach Berg does make a very unfortunate point. It's true. People are so ready and willing to sell their souls.
Hell yeah.
They don't even care. They're like, what soul?
And play
What day
themselves out.
zone?
Because they don't think about their legacy. They think about their reputation. Reputation is too easy to, you know what I'm saying? You could screw over a reputation in one day, nigga, but you can fuck up your legacy forever. Like, if you think about it, man, you know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like that's what happens to a lot of these black men. You know what I'm saying? Like, look at P. Diddy, bro. Like, they try to screw over our legacy, what we remembered for, because I feel like all of them have been hit with some type of sex charge or something. I feel like some of that shit is very calculated to just fuck up our legacies. So it's like we got to think about that shit at the end of the day, because I always said I want to be a member for something. So that's why I chose to do music and poetry and shit, because I feel like that's gonna be around forever. At the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? Like, if somebody can listen to my music or read my poetry, I feel like it could be 2,000 years from now. They could dig that up. But certain things gonna be here forever, man. You know what I'm saying? Even if they is buried, somebody gonna motherfucking uncover that shit one day. So like, I don't think people think about that, man. Like, how you gonna be remembered at the end of the day? You gonna be remembered for doing something that mattered, or you gonna be remembered for being a crash dummy? You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
See, people care though. Like you said, Trauma, people are not really thinking that far into the future. And that's a good thing about us here on 97 Goodies and, the smart people of the world. We're thinking about the next step. We're thinking that, like, whatever we do is going to affect our kids. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Like, we all have that in mind. But like you said, Trauma, I do feel like we are the last of a dying breed. But that's
Yeah.
why it's so important for us to take care of our kids and try to pass it on to them. And to whoever else we can, get before we leave.
Right. Because nigga, like, for real, we really don't have, you know what I'm saying, like, nobody to blame but ourselves. You know what I'm saying? If we don't get this shit right. But at the end of the day, like, we gotta look at the facts, man. Like, we can't we can't not take responsibility, but we have to also, like, hold people accountable. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. I don't want to be the the motherfucker that look back and be like, I regret this or I regret that. So I try to just, you know what I'm saying, move diligently, man. But shit, time it's hard, man. Sometimes, man, you gotta understand, like we this shit ain't set up for us to win. You know what I'm saying? Like,
It sure ain't. They
yeah.
want us to lose. Trey, what's up? Why are you looking like that?
No. What he's saying is right because listen. Contrary to a lot of my sisters' beliefs, that we have the hardest life in the world. We do. We don't. You know, we only accept what is given to us. Most of us, we accept what's given to us. We just find a way to make it happen. Brothers are now that YouTube is giving us coast to coast real-time messaging. Now you hear us saying, hell no, we ain't taking that shit no more. Now you're hearing it, right? But our biggest complaint ain't with those that we already know keep us down. Our biggest complaint is with our women.
Ooh-wee.
Because our women are the loudest ones speaking against us. But our women are the ones that raised us. And that's where brothers are speaking up, because brothers technically have always made a way. We've had to. Nobody rescues us. If I'm a single man, I can't get no housing. I can't get no food stamps. I can't get nothing that's gonna help me just survive. I got to get a job. I have to work. If I don't, I could end up homeless. But again, we not yelling. We don't want to fight those that look like us. We don't want to fight the sisters.
Exactly.
What men are now doing, they're finding out that, hey, I'm not so bad. I'm here too, and they speaking out. But again, that whole propaganda message to us will always identify us as the worst, when really less than 1% of us go through the penal system. Less than 1% of us, well, less than 50% of us have a child. So I would think if a brother's in his 20s, 30s, and he's working his job at Amazon, paying his bills, got his little ride, got his little apartment, he's okay. He's okay, you know what I'm saying? But he still has to put in that, because retirement is at 65. You have to put in work for 30 years at least before your residuals will start coming back. That's why they say the wealth sort of starts shifting at late 40s, 50 years old, because you already understand, like, damn, I done bought all this bullshit. It ain't that valuable to me no more, so I don't need to keep buying it. I can start saving my money a little bit. I can start treating myself a little bit. Our children are now 18, 19, so all that money we may have been paying now to start coming into my pocket. And now we know I ain't gonna be spending that shit no more. I ain't just doing it, like popping bottles no more. I got a bottle, and that bottle gonna last me all month.
Right.
And my brothers it's new. Brothers are getting that. And I don't think the sisters are really paying attention to it, because they still caught up in my beauty, my body, my choice. That feminist mindset, your body, your choice. You go ruin your body by putting all this fake shit in it, having children just to have a child, because child equals money, and then your choices will catch up with you in your 40s. They catch up with you in your 40s for a woman. They do. And then how she treated her child catches up to her, because now her child, with these new modern children, they fight parents back. They'll let you know, mama, you ain't shit. Daddy, you ain't shit. So I think, it's just a unique time for us, but it's a great time for young black men to sort of take advantage of the future for themselves, because ain't nobody coming to save us. Most of us know it.
Hell yeah.
So.
Oh, so that's you, Coach Ferg, in the chat, because I'm about to subscribe to you, bro. Because, I definitely, you know what I'm saying, like what you be saying, bro. You got some real shit on your, I like to call it like It
I
is
had to
the
live the
window.
life, man. No, listen, man, I ain't did everything right, man. But one thing I would tell anybody, don't give up. If it's something that you want that's going to better your life, you have to put in the work sometime in meditation. You have to actually always just taking little steps to be better in it or become more knowledgeable in it, because at some point your puzzle will be complete. Once your puzzle is complete, don't be afraid to present it to the world. Not everybody like Jesus. They turned their back on him. They walked away from him. We are no better than him. So expect people to not like you. But don't focus on it. The people that don't rock with you, they're going to reveal themselves to you. And once they turn their back on you, you can't chase them down. You have to let them walk away. You have to let them go. Because somebody new like 907 will be coming right. As they walk away, she'll be coming. Meaning somebody new in your life will be coming to take their place, who's in a better headspace to say, hey, you can do it. Hey, you are good at it. Do it. Don't be afraid. A lot of us let fear keep us from going after our biggest dreams. The last thing, and I shut up. As a man, you are made to explore the world. You're not made to stay in your neighborhood all your life, talk to the same girls that didn't want to talk to you in high school, that, you're made to go out and see the world from a different lens, because when you come back to your space of comfort with a different lens, you'll move different and you can avoid a lot of the bullshit. But a man can't stay in that space forever. You can't do it. It'll stifle you. The younger generation, you'll be in their way. They'll tell you, old nigga, you ain't shit, because you in their way. You got to give them a chance. And then you got to just allow your sense to elevate your train of thought, because you see something different. You know what I'm saying? Oh, every neighborhood ain't like mine. Everybody ain't hating on me. But, it just takes time for people to get there. So.
100%, exactly. I know dudes in their 50s, 60s, 70s, and that have never left the Detroit city limits, shaking my damn head while I've been all over. That some people are scared to try new things.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's also strategic too, because like a lot of niggas don't even leave their blocks, especially in California. You know what I'm saying? Like them niggas don't leave their hoods because nigga they got beef with the niggas across the street. These niggas, it is like that. But man, the world is bigger than your block. You know what I'm saying? Like it's so much more out there to see, man. Like like some people go in the military so they can travel. Some people go. There's always a way to get out of your situation, but not everybody willing to take that route. You know what I mean? Like some people feel it's safer to just stay where they at. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But yeah, I've been everywhere, but I'm everywhere like air. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, I still know where my home is. But shit, my home could be wherever I lay my hat. Shit.
Yeah, that's it. It ain't where you from, it's where you at.
Man.
Joy said child equals money equals high.
Yeah, that's true. Now, think about it. Why you think you see people have a child? Okay, I got a child that's 10. I had her when I was 17. Or him, had my baby at 17. 10 years later, I'm 27. My baby is now getting to an age, because one thing I understand about sister, we know child support, we know the clock on that. 18, graduate, I needs more money. So I'll have another child. So that's another 18 years. Then, okay, now I'm 33. I want to, and it's always this last baby is just a fuck baby. That's why that last baby a little slow.
But you think anybody's having babies because they love the person that they're with or they love the kids? I don't think everybody is having a baby.
About 50%.
Check. But
I give
50%, that's...
I get. You know why? You know why I'll say that? Because most people are not in relationships when they have babies. We just having sneaky links and situationships. Ain't nobody really, really committed to each other. Because if you were, what would we do, 907? We would get married.
Man, you ain't never lied, bro.
See, if we was to get married, it doesn't matter if we have a child. We can have 8 kids in our marriage, and if we divorce, at least we were married.
Oh.
But if I
You
just have a
think
baby out of wedlock,
50% of kids
yeah.
born are for sex?
Well,
people
okay.
having
Listen,
kids, they love them. I didn't
I could be
realize
reaching.
this.
I could be reaching, but the stats say if 80% of our children are born out of wedlock, right? Just say 70. I'll say 70%. Make it a little better, right? Most of those children won't have a relationship with those fathers, but those fathers, and it's funny because anytime a woman goes to anything in the state will require for her to place that man on child support before they get any benefits, because the state is going to recoup the monies and benefits that they give to the woman through the man.
Hey, fellas.
I know so many people on child support who do not pay their child support. Every state is different. Some states will lock you up, will throw you in jail, and some states won't do anything.
You know
and
why?
That man, even my father, God rest his soul. I think he owed about like 20 racks. And so there are some people walking around with some big arrears here. So everybody that's having these kids for these checks is not receiving these checks.
Yes.
Is what I'm saying.
Yes, but still, 907, here's the thing about child support. Child support never goes away. Right? Whether he paid it or not. I can just like me, if I never took responsibility and did anything, now I'm 65. Guess what? Guess what's coming out of my Social Security? My child support. Guess what I can't get? I can't really get a bank account. I can't get a certification. Whether I'm paying you or not, I'm paying the child support or not, I can't get those things. So I can't really elevate my work life. I'm stuck at a regular job. And when the regular job come out to my check, they can get up to 40% before taxes.
Man, I tried to invent the nut patch back in the, you know what I'm saying? They wouldn't.
What?
Hey, nah, you know what I'm saying? Like, for real.
What's that?
Hey, but the FDA wouldn't approve it, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, man, but I felt like that's part of the problem, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, only real, like, you know what I'm saying, birth control that men got is a condom. And half the time, you know what I'm saying, like, you never know. Females can poke holes in them. Shit can go wrong. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I feel like, man, but niggas don't be doing the research to know, man. You know what I'm saying? If you just, you know what I'm saying, eat papaya seeds, you can bust blanks all day. You know what I'm saying? A lot of niggas don't know that, though.
These men do not care. They ain't even trying to wrap it up. Then they gonna be on here crying. But Empress said exactly 907. I got a little cousin now that owes damn near 10K, and he ain't trying to pay a dime. Not everybody is a bad parent. Not everyone is trifling, not trying to pay. And it's both sides. I feel there's some good men, some good women, and there's some bad women and bad men.
Yes,
you know,
you're right.
But a kid should never feel like a mistake.
You said what?
You should never make the kid feel like a mistake. But sometimes, like, I feel like you gotta think, man, how many females out there really like resent their kids? You gotta understand, like, oh, I couldn't do this because I gave up my life for you. Like, they be telling their kids that.
That's some look. Y'all gotta subscribe to Trauma Told You, okay? Because the one thing you gonna get over here is you gonna leave us some facts. Let me pull the link up one more time.
Yeah, you can't get a passport. You can't get you can't get a house loan. You can't get a car loan because all that shit go on your credit report now.
But do you think a man with 5 baby mamas and 5 kids really cares about any of that stuff?
He don't care now.
Somebody with 5 kids and 5 baby mamas.
Yeah, he don't care now. But guess what? It's gonna catch up with his ass at some point, so he'll never escape it.
Look, Joy over here speaking facts. That little child support check is not worth bringing life into existence. I totally agree with that. You'd be better off just getting a job, going to work.
Listen,
child support checks, unless you get somebody famous, don't be nothing. If you're an average dude that ain't got no money, you ain't gonna get nothing.
No, she's speaking from an adult state of mind. Most of our first children in the last 30 years have been born when both parties were teenagers.
Exactly. That's true.
That's the thing. We teenagers out here wilding. That's our nature, that like each other and have sex with each other. But nobody's talking to us about wearing protection. Mamas ain't talking. They instead of say, don't do it, let me talk to your uncle, father, to let them talk to you about the dangers of. Guess what they do? 907. I seen you with that little boy, and I'm great. Take you, put you on some birth control. Now they wake up and see their son that went through puberty. Now every time they walk in his room, his shit touching the ceiling. But I can bring my girlfriend and she can go in my room with me, and I'm 15. What you think we doing in that room?
Right.
I'm ready to go out. Don't y'all be doing nothing. Shh. As soon as you hit the driveway,
I think a lot of the things that we're seeing is not just it's bad parenting.
Yeah.
Bad parenting.
The lack of parenting at all. Because nigga, they letting the kid, they let you raise that kid.
Single or not.
Raise that kid.
And then shout out to Unhinged Main Event for every time I see him, he got his little baby. He
there you
said,
go.
"Shit, I put myself on child support." Well, kinda. Yeah, y'all ain't gonna get unhinged. He know what's going on out here.
And that's the way to do it. Because now those incomes will catch up and he'll be able to get all that money at some point. So
like I love babies, man. I love little cute babies, man. But I mean, they don't be so cute after 2 or 3. Won't be good money with you.
They take 100% of your income. No, Joy, you know that ain't real, Joy. You know that ain't real, Joy. You know they ain't taking 100% of your. Shit, these women get that little child support and they buying $300-$400 wigs.
They should. And then that's another thing. What's up with all these wigs and shit like that? Like, I don't know, like, what's up with that? But it don't be for us because, like, we really don't be caring about that. It be for these females be, I guess they want to look exotic or whatever. But I mean, honestly, like, I don't know about most. I just know I'm speak for myself, but I like a woman that's natural more so than all that fake shit. You know what I'm saying? But I guess.
Look, we hear y'all be saying that, but then y'all be with the celebrities. The celebrities run pop culture, so then it all trickles down. They think that the wigs is popping because the celebrities with the BBLs and the wigs always with somebody. But I agree with you. I don't like wigs, and I don't wear them. I tried it before, and it was very horrible.
We don't mind it in the bedroom. You know, wear that shit in the bedroom, you know, we can you can fulfill fantasy, keep it motherfucking lit. You know what I'm saying? But like, yeah, we don't need. That's why I dig Muslim women. I ain't gonna front because they make sure only they man see their body. You know what I'm saying?
Wait, you date what kind of women?
I said I dig Muslim women because they be like,
okay.
you know, like there be some beautiful women under that, under all that. You wouldn't know though. You would know they beautiful, but you wouldn't know the bodies they got because they don't they be covered up.
So you be being with them, but because I thought they only be with one person, like their husband.
What you say? I hear you. I hear you.
Wait, okay, so I said this. How do you know how they look under there? Because I thought they only reveal it once they get married.
These are modern. You talking about the modern Muslim women?
Next question.
Look, a brother roll up on him with that nice looking gray to hair he got. They taking all that shit off.
What? You be splitting the Muslim women?
Hey man, look. I'm just saying.
He hit her with that woo wop the bam shit. They going.
He came up with that. Hey, baby.
Doing it, shaking his hair like that.
Yeah, real shit. They gonna love it.
They're showing you forbidden stuff that don't nobody else see. That I thought was supposed to be reserved for their husband.
They man, period, until they get married. But I'm just saying, like, they ain't showing it to everybody. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you, it's gonna be for that special someone. You know what I'm saying?
That's what Empress said. Yeah, they do be beautiful. All that carpet shit.
Oh God.
Because a lot of them have discipline, but a lot of them have disciplined eating habits too. So say they're just not out drinking because you know wine and liquor has sugar in it. They're gonna add extra weight anyway. But a lot of women eat a lot of wine, a lot of bread, and you know, so
what?
They don't. Yeah,
Empress said the modern Muslim woman don't be following tradition. They take that hijab off quick. As fuck. What?
Yeah,
Y'all gonna ruin my day. I thought we can look to like being like these women. Maybe we need to cover up, save ourselves from marriage. And y'all telling me y'all be sneaking links with some of them.
Yeah. Brother like Emperor Kojak come through with his nice ride, smelling good with his cologne with that deep voice. What you think? Hey, shit, we set this off over here. Even old girl now that she's turned Muslim.
So are y'all the problem or are we the problem?
We all the problem.
Why are you not trying to marry these women? Not trying to make them honest women, like what y'all be talking about out here and
907. They don't set the. You all have to set the expectation. Y'all don't set. A man by nature is going to have sex. That's by his nature. We ain't got to know your name. You ain't got to open your eyes. If you got what we like, what we see visually, the less you can say to get to the cheeks, the better we are. But y'all have to set that standard. Sure. Y'all like what y'all like. Let's be honest. Y'all like what y'all like. Oh, he tall, dark. That nigga can be slow as a box of rock. But he's gonna get the cakes though. See what I'm saying? But y'all like what y'all like. And that's where y'all go wrong because y'all don't set the sexual market standard to say no. But a lot of women don't get messages from their fathers because a father is going to talk to you almost, if he's a father, not just a baby daddy, he's going to tell you every day, you ain't going to be out here in them goddamn streets. He going to make sure of that. Any dude come over your house, guess what he going to do? Nigga, what you want, my daughter? I saw your little ugly ass up the street, nigga, the other day with that little ugly girl. Get the hell on.
Okay, this is my question. Most of these Muslim women do come from strong, backgrounds. They do have families, two-parent households. They have a strong religion. But yet and still, they are taking off hijabs and throwing it back, allegedly, according to what y'all are saying. What do you have to say to that? Because they do have fathers. What do you have to say to that?
Well, I mean, shit.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I was gonna let him answer first. I was gonna say something.
What's up, Trauma? What's up, Trauma?
I don't think they running around here like Sexy Red though.
Okay, that's a good point. That's a good point.
Yeah, with her
closet freaks.
Loose ass.
The closet freaks, just like their mamas was the closet freaks and their grandmama. And ain't nothing wrong with being in the closet. You're just not. But again, today, listen, we all go through that time in our life where our bodies are attracted to the opposite sex. It's just by nature. It's by nature. Most of the time, it's a teenage. Even Muslim families, the father's not always. You're going to find some cases where the father is not always engaged with the child, the daughter. My father, he was in my life every day. He never talked to me about women. And I asked him one day, I'm like, nigga, why you never? Because my mother would be the one telling me, don't trust these little nasty little assholes.
Me too.
My father never, I asked him, I said, dude, why you ain't never talk? He said, boy, you're good looking like me. I'm just being facetious, right? What was I going to tell you when that girl put that thing on you and you went nose diving in that motherfucker? Because ain't no, I don't care what no man tell you, 907. Ain't no feeling greater to a man, ain't no thrill greater to a man than a woman's cake.
You ain't never lie.
I don't care what you're talking about. You can listen, skydiving, oh, I'm excited. I jumped over a cliff, oh yeah. But when a man get inside that cake, what his mama told him, he ain't heard that shit. What his daddy told him, he ain't heard that shit. His boss told him be back at 2. He come back at 2:30 because those cakes, when they caking, most brothers are taking the cake.
And is that what you think happened to Tory? He just was taking the cake.
Yeah, if they was giving it to him, both of them was giving it to him, then yeah, he just took advantage of the situation. But here's the problem. When a brother go in handling his business, women can't handle that.
Right.
If he's knocking you down every time, laying you over, putting you to sleep, and now you see that visual of him knocking somebody else down, that shit don't work.
Right. Calling me, asking me where am I at, where have I been, well, you know, and then it's like I just left you like an hour ago, and you worried about where I'm. It's like they really be on that bullshit sometimes, bro. It's just like I think it's just possessiveness. I don't know what it is. It's just like they have to be knowing what you're doing, and if you ain't with them, you gotta be on some bullshit. You gotta be messing with some other chick or something like that. I be feeling like, bro, a lot of that shit is just what they put in their own mind. But I mean, I think reality TV fucked it up for us. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. They put too much shit on blast that shouldn't have been out there like that.
907. Here's what you hear women saying. You hear women saying, listen, if he got to lay it down in the bedroom, that shit sound good. Because you start hitting that nerve.
666.
Well, listen, whether they get 6, 5, 4, or 10, if he's knocking that spot down and he's making your legs shake every time, that shit becomes addictive 6 months in. Now, every time you see him even close to a woman that's attractive, you get in your feelings.
And that's why y'all shouldn't be going around here throwing that good deal on certain people, because everybody ain't gonna just let you walk away. Everybody ain't gonna be cool with you moving on. And in this case, Megan was not okay with him moving on. So to protect yourself, you know, don't be like the Shannon Sharps. Don't be like Tory getting tripped up. Protect yourself.
You better.
I think it was the money factor, man. I really do. I feel like she felt like she can't compete because that girl is a billionaire, and she felt like she gonna lose Tory to her.
Oh, you talking about Kelsey was feeling that way about Megan?
They both was feeling that way because honestly, Kelsey was messing with Tory before Meg. But yeah, about Kylie, yeah, exactly. Kylie was the one.
Okay.
Yeah, because man, you see them all in that pool. They was all having fun, swimming around. But you know what I'm saying? When they left, they expected Tory to come with them. Tory like, I'm cool here. I'll see you later, baby. And she like, oh no, we gotta go back here and get this nigga. You know what I'm saying?
I feel like this is a kind of a situation of like holding gone wrong. You know, it sounds like Tory Lanez is trying to be with everybody. I really underestimated these women, but these are not just like average, you know, broke people. These are people with money.
It's
And
not
if
about
you got
that.
all these
My fault.
smart women with money, I feel like money has something to do with it. I do.
No, it does. It definitely do. I was saying like I thought you were talking about like something else, but you talking about like
No, I mean money as far as like the defense and what, because like poor people don't have money to go to court like that. You know, but that's what I'm talking about. As far as the money situation is, everybody here have money. If you would have been messing with some broke people, some broke women, do you think all this would happen?
Hell no.
Hold up. It could have been worse. They probably would have shot at him. Because the broke chick, she ain't got nothing to lose. I'm telling you see it in the hood. She catch your man over talking to some Prius shit. She gonna drive that car straight at both of them. She ain't got nothing to lose.
See what Tory should have did. What Tory should have did. I'm not saying this would have worked, but what he probably should have did is pulled her to the side and said, "Listen, hey, this bitch a millionaire, a billionaire. I'm just trying to, what I'm saying, be good. Like this is not a level down. Like, let me keep it cool with her. We might be able to do something together. You never know. You know what I'm saying? She might be with that freaky shit. She already, on that type shit. So add her to the situation, but like a woman ain't gonna share what she considers hers.
Unless the man has enough game and is smooth enough and is able to talk, he can get everybody together. But
That was
I
my
don't
whole
think
point.
Tory Lanez is that can do something like that. Because the right man can persuade you to do a lot of different stuff.
He just a little nigga. I don't think he could. He could like. Man, for one, Megan, the Stallion, she like what, like 6'2"? Like she like my height and shit.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
I have met some little people
bro,
with some good game.
yeah, man. Like, come
Look
on now.
at Lil Wayne.
Yeah, man, Lil Wayne, man. Hey, but I'm just saying, man, Tory, bro, like he should have like, you know what I'm saying, had that check from the get-go. But he should have known, he should have been seeing how she was looking, and like he should have seen that shit coming, because when he was in the pool, the way she was acting, bro, she was already getting jealous. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm ready to go, Tory. He like, okay, bye. Like, no, I'm ready to go, Tory.
Yeah, you done stood up how we stand up in the pool and shit, and all our old hammers hammering and shit. Like, oh hell no. Yeah,
man. Like, bro. But yeah, if he could have played that a little bit smoother, I bet, nigga, if he could go back, he probably would have did it differently. Because he didn't.
But instead, he got played.
But he couldn't do
and
it.
Now he looking like Woo with the fool.
Even a pimp don't have sex with all the women.
Exactly.
He understands that. He just in the mind. He's in
Tory was
mind.
trying to be the worker. I don't think he was trying to be the pimp.
No, I'm just saying he was. It ain't gonna work, man. Look, sisters talk that shit. That's why those things don't really work too long. You can't just be sleeping with two women and think that shit gonna go smooth. Somebody go get jealous at some point.
Exactly.
But I am surprised how deep it got. We're going to listen to this man tell us about the op-ed he was going to publish saying that Tory was innocent. So let's go back in, y'all, and we'll get y'all thoughts after this.
Many of you have as well. I didn't hear a confession. But what really shocked me about it is, if my best friend was shot maliciously by someone just 2 to 3 hours before, I wouldn't have answered the call, or if I did, I wouldn't calmly have a conversation with the individual of it. And certainly I would ask, why did you shoot my friend? And more importantly, I would never have given you my current location out of fear of you finishing the job. That was something that stood out to me. I also, in my op-ed, discussed Kelsey Harris pleading the Fifth Amendment. She wasn't accused of anything by Megan Pete or the police, and to my knowledge, she wasn't under any investigation. So why plead the Fifth? What also shocked me is the prosecution gave her immunity. For what? What did she do? Is there an allegation of her doing something? I'm not aware of that. Maybe some of you can answer that question today. During the time of trial, George Gascon, just to take you back to where we were at that particular point, he had just barely won a recall attempt. He lost support in many key demographics of voters. Crime was up in Los Angeles County. And this case would have been a silver bullet for him potentially winning. His policies obviously were bad and people were harmed. So that didn't happen, and thank God it didn't happen. At the heart of this injustice is the misuse of gun enhancement charges, a sentencing tool intended for the most dangerous and violent offenders. In Tory Lanez's case, These enhancements were not supported by evidence. But George Gascon, interestingly enough, who is someone who regularly would drop enhancements or not recommend them, chose to provide enhancements to Tory. And in his case, in any given situation, according to legal analysts I've spoken with, he would do 1 or 3 years if he did it without the enhancement. That's interesting. Why did George Gascon choose to pursue these enhancements? You know, there's cases I've been looking through which George Gascon has pursued, many in which he utilized these enhancements. A couple come to mind that I would like to reference here. One, Raymond Danger Gonzalez, a Mexican mafia gang member involved in a premeditated murder of 2 young men in 2017. Despite the brutality of the crime, Gascon didn't recommend enhancements. You premeditated murdered a teenager and another individual, brutal crime. Why would you recommend enhancements, but you would recommend them for Tory? That doesn't make a lot of sense. He also didn't pursue sentencing enhancements for the senseless murder of General Hospital actor Johnny Victor in Los Angeles in 2024. There's a lot of issues with this case. Many, I think, that the media should be pursuing all angles of it. We should not allow there to be unanswered questions. We should pursue open questions without fear or favor to anyone. That includes Mr. Tory Lanez. In his letter from the Birmingham jail, Dr. Martin Luther King wrote, "Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. If we take those words seriously, we must act when injustice is allowed to fester in plain sight." I founded the Caldwell Institute for Public Safety after my innocent teenage brother was murdered in Chicago on June 24, 2022. I stand firmly for public safety, for victims' rights, and for holding criminals accountable. But justice also demands that we protect the innocent and stand against politically motivated prosecutions. This is what I believe to happen here. When we imprison the innocent while violent offenders walk free, which is what George Gascon has often done, we undermine the very foundation of our legal system. Mr. Peterson was never given a fair trial, free from bias, political interference, and media-driven pressure. His continued incarceration erodes public trust and diverts focus from the real work of keeping our community safe. Further, while incarcerated, Mr. Peterson was recently stabbed in prison, as many of you know, a tragic incident that underscores the urgency of this situation and the risk to his life while this case remains unaddressed. Governor Newsom, I respectfully urge you to issue a pardon for Daystar Peterson, known as Tory Lanez, in a full and impartial review of his case. California must not be a state where justice is driven by headlines instead of evidence. And in the case of George Gascon, that was often the case. So I encourage everyone here to go to caldwellinstitute.org, CALDWELL, Institute, INSTITUTE.org, and sign the petition. This petition asks for the governor to pardon Tory Lanez. Thank you.
And I'm going to try to find the part where his dad is speaking. But do you guys feel like Tory Lanez should be pardoned? Let's start with you, Trey.
I think as we see more evidence come out, it's the evidence seems to be more in his favor, and so yeah, I think it should be. I think it should be pardoned. He served enough time. I think enough damage is done, and it's just unfortunate. He'll probably be using a colostomy bag, or however you pronounce it, for the rest of his life. So I think he served enough time, because now that different facts are coming out, everybody's story's shaky. The driver, I think, could be a big part in changing the trajectory of this whole situation. So Megan has to be accounted for.
You said Megan has to be held, and then that's true. If they pardon Tory, Or if they go back through the case and they find out something else, what? Okay, that's another question. But Trauma, what do you think Tory should be pardoned? And chat, y'all let me know if y'all think Tory should be pardoned.
Tory should
Empress
be
said he should be
pardoned
pardoned.
immediately. Immediately. Yeah, immediately. Yep, I believe so. And I feel like you know what I'm saying, because it would have really been a bad thing if he had died, man. And then just to see that there was also foul play.
Yeah.
It was foul play with you could, allegedly there was foul play with the officers, because I'm telling you, man, I did all the research and shit. Like, they motherfucking know the politics of the jail. They know what goes on. And the way they set that up, it was like literally like they put that situation together so he could get that dude, man. So he could get him. And they wanted him to die. They didn't expect him to pull through this shit. So, well, we gonna wait till something else goes wrong, something happens again. So, like, especially from a man that's obviously not guilty of this shit. From what the bodyguard is saying, nigga, this is like literally he was being a hero. He stopped her from shooting Meg. Understandably, Meg might just be mad because she felt like, a gun was aimed in her direction. You know what I'm saying? But she know better. She know better than, but you never know what she was put up to neither. I don't know who put her up to this shit, but like I said, I always said that I feel like she was also put up to this. But she's a big girl. She can decide for herself. But the clout is a addictive drug. Some people want that clout. You never know what they told her. Like, just go along with it and say this, and you know what I mean. Like, they gave her diplomatic immunity too. Like, immunity? How? Why would you give that? Why would you give her immunity for one? That's like, okay, you're ensuring her that, saying she won't be tried or she won't be convicted, even if she does lie. Like, you know what I'm saying? It just too fishy, man. They need to let that man out, man, and get back to his life, man. Because I feel like that's exactly what they try to do, what they try to take from that man. And they've taken enough of that. He can't get that time he's been in jail back.
Right. I do feel like Tory Lane should be pardoned, should be let out of jail. And I feel like if you allegedly shoot somebody and they think it's already fishy with the evidence, and then you go to prison or jail and you get shanked up, is that not like equal? Like, has enough? I feel like enough has already happened. But I also feel like this: when they do and if they pardon Tory Lanez, they need to reopen the case, and they need to go after the real criminal.
Yeah,
And
that's
the
what I'm
people
saying.
that lied on him need
Mm-hmm.
to come back to the stand
I
and answer for
personally,
what they have done.
and honestly, I believe that, you know what I'm saying, like, women that lie about certain shit like that, like, they need to be, you know what I'm saying, held accountable too. They need to, because I mean, like, this is like becoming a thing. Like, I don't know if you're familiar with the dude Scooter or whatever that got killed because of some chick
Mm-hmm.
got in her feelings and called the police on this man and made up a whole story that he was in there beating up on this woman, and they were in there, nigga, having shooting it out with cocaine everywhere, and just made up some bullshit story talking about there's women in there that are being battered and bruised and trying to escape. Just a whole bunch of lies, and that got that man killed, man. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I don't think people see that it's not it's a serious thing when you lie and put somebody's life in between. You know what I'm saying? Because these police don't have no patience. They don't have no motherfucker. They just come to
Mm.
do. Yeah, they ready to pull the trigger as soon as they motherfucking come. They don't know, and that's the other thing too. Like, why are these cops so scary? You know what I mean? Like, damn, you can't you can't handle a nigga. You gotta always pull out your gun and shoot. You gotta always.
Shoot,
So it's
they be shooting. They be shooting the unalive like too. Like that, you can't get a leg. You can't, some,
exactly.
Um,
I
But you
believe
make a good
detention needs
point.
to be.
But I don't want to see them get Tory Lanez out, and then that's it. They never look back on. No, bring these people to justice. I feel
Mhm,
like they need to make an example out of one of these women and one
mhm.
of these stories because we're seeing this more and more now. I don't know if that's because of social media, but people are lying on people to the police.
Exactly.
You shouldn't be able to just call and report a fake crime, get somebody hemmed up, and then that's it.
Right. Because you got to understand that the relationship between black men and police ain't all that good. Like, we don't trust the police like that. I'm pretty sure Coach know exactly what I'm saying. Like, even though he ain't doing nothing wrong, you still get a little uneasy feeling when the police get behind you. Like, it's like, oh shit, like what these motherfuckers on, you know?
You start
Yeah,
questioning.
and it's for good reason.
Yeah, man.
You start questioning everything. Like, damn, did I take my piece out of here? Do I got this?
Right,
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
But
I don't even like them driving behind me.
that's what I'm
right.
talking
I
about.
know y'all said black men, but black women also do have it pretty tough. I know it's like I feel like black people be arguing about whose life is harder. And why
Yeah,
can't we just say black people's life is hard?
that
Why does
is
it
Mhm.
true.
have to be the black man's life is harder than the woman? It's like we're all on the bottom. Why are we fighting for who has it worse? And like I don't get it, but also when they get behind me too, I don't like it. But I get what y'all saying though, men.
But 907 though, here's the difference between yourself and a lot of other women. A lot of other women are now being more brash and
Mhm.
more cocky about how they approach the police too. See, you gonna be over there, excuse me, Miss Officer, what happened? What I do? Man, okay, well here's my license, here's my registration. Boom. You trying to get home so you can cook a meal for 907. Why you pull me over? Why you fucking with me? See, that's when you bring the heat. Every time I've gotten pulled over, I don't give a damn what I was doing. What? Excuse me, Mr. Officer, what happened? What I do? Oh, listen, I use this every time. You know what? I didn't realize I was speeding. I got a phone call. Somebody's in the hospital. I'm just trying to get there. 5-10 minutes, they gonna run my little plates, realize I ain't got no warrants. I'm doing, sorry, sir, slow down. Cool. I'm out. I'm gonna do 55 until their ass turn around and go the other way. Then I'm doing back 75 and 80.
Right,
I'm not,
right, right.
my goal is to get home.
Exactly.
I'm not gonna argue with somebody who's doing their job.
Exactly.
But again, if it's something, and this is what I learned from my wife, and this is what a lot of people could do. You get their information, and if you know it's something that you didn't do and they trying to push it on you, just write up a formal complaint and let that process play itself out, because now they get eyeballs on them. But if I ain't
Exactly.
doing nothing, listen, I ain't doing nothing. I'm not arguing with nobody, police or not. I mean, listen, and I'll say this and I'll shut up. Listen, young guys, and I'll say this. Who's better to police our neighborhoods than we are?
Exactly.
So how about 50 young guys just all go join the police force and see how nervous they get? Because now you ain't gonna delete your cousin. You can also tell your cousin who sell drugs that they coming to give them a heads up and make
Exactly.
$80,000. Hey, I'm just saying.
But see, Trey,
Hey,
you gotta pick. You can't be living a street life, going to jail, and think that one day you're gonna turn it around and join the force. Now, there's other things that you can do. There's always a way, but you gotta kind of make this decision early on because the choices you make when you're younger and
mhm.
when you're a teenager can affect the outcome of things.
Man, hey, look, I ain't gonna lie to you, man. Like, it affected me. Like, some decisions I made at 19 affected me until I was damn near 30, man. You know what I'm saying? And like, the best thing I ever did is motherfucking get my shit expunged and get that shit off my record. And I'm lucky to even be able to do that, because at the end of the day, like, I didn't realize what was going on until like 7 years of the same cycle. I'm like, bro, like, I was supposed to be off probation in 5 years, and it's 7 years later, and I'm still on this shit because they keep violating or keep coming up with some other shit, and I gotta pee in cups. I gotta do this. It's so stressful. It's so fucking stressful. You might as well just do what you gotta do to get off that shit and get the fuck on, because it's stressful, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't ever want to be in that position again, man. You know what I'm saying? Where I gotta, you know what I'm saying? Basically, have somebody tell me what I can do and what I can't do, and show up at my spot at any given time and can search my shit and all that. It's crazy.
Yeah, once they get involved, it's hard to get them out your business. But y'all check out Trauma's YouTube channel. Great. He's always live streaming. He has a great story and great perspective. And it is an open panel format. So you can go there, say your piece, do your little cuss words, Trey. You can talk about your booty slurping.
Not my listen, 907, not mine. That's that crack era generation. That's they like, no. Gen X's, we wasn't eating y'all mama's little nasty, crusty cheeks. No, sir.
Yeah.
Hey, can you type something in the chat, Coach Bird, so I can hit your subscribe to you, bro? Because I don't see your comment nowhere.
Oh, my channel was in there already. I can put it up.
Yeah, because
I was trying to find
okay.
yours.
And then Blaze said, drop his link. I have his link right here.
Okay, yeah,
do y'all need but if you can comment in the chat something Trauma, they can look you up. When you go into someone's username in the chat, you hit the 3 lines and it'll tell you how you can go to their channel.
Right. That's what I was trying to do.
I don't see that.
Trace
What 3
that.
lines you talking about?
It's like three little dots.
Yeah, I think you gotta be on your computer though, but shit,
I'm on my
you have to be
desktop.
on the laptop, okay.
Okay.
I'm on
Yeah,
my
I just don't see
desktop.
your name nowhere. Otherwise, I would have clicked on it.
Okay,
Damn.
Blake said he is subbed up.
Let me just go to my YouTube page and
Trey, we're gonna help you, Trey. Cause we know you are a different generation. You ain't the booty slurping one.
You're right. Yeah, we ain't do all that now. That shit nasty.
Yeah, man, for real. Hey, yeah, man. That's some funny shit though. Oh man.
And then another great YouTuber is Coach Greg Adams. Or sorry. Here's the link for Coach Bird. But Coach Greg Adams is good too. I'm gonna play the father talking. Tory, this is Tory Lane's father that is speaking. And he had, in my opinion, he had a good speech. So this was not someone who didn't have parents or a stable background. So you can be whoever you are in life. Anybody can follow the moral of the story. But let me play this clip, and then afterwards, I'm gonna get your guys' thoughts.
But where is it at though? I don't see it.
Coming out and
what'd you say, Trauma?
Never mind, I see it. I was wondering where
Okay. But yeah, I'm gonna play this video. Tory Lane's father.
lending your cameras to the world. We appreciate you being here. My name is Sunstar Peterson, well known as the father of Tory Lanez, but his family affectionately knows him as Daystar Peterson. This may seem not even to matter today, but it does to me. The reason why he bears the name Daystar is because I was scheduled to speak in a conference in Washington, D.C. back in the early 2000s. Back in the late 90s. My wife and I stayed in a hotel across the river in Northern Virginia. I was up praying before that conference that I was supposed to speak at that evening. As I paced back and forth in my hotel suite praying, I began to quote the scripture from 2 Peter chapter 1, and it states, "For you would do well to take heed as unto a light shining in a dark place, until the day dawns and the day star arises in your heart." I didn't know whether it was a boy or girl in my late wife's womb, but I heard the Holy Spirit said to me, that is the name of your child. That's why he bears that name today. Now we're standing in the United States of America, land of the free and the home of the brave. I have watched from afar, being a Canadian. I have watched as presidents innumerable and other officials place their hand on the Bible and swear a sacred oath to uphold justice, to uphold truth, because that's what justice demands. So before I go any further, based on a courtroom that I stood in 508 days or so ago and heard my son convicted, is a court in the federal reality of things that also holds the Bible higher than judges. And so I'm going to pray a very short prayer before I get started here today. And I'm going to pray that in the spirit of when Jesus Christ, the Son of the living God, stood before Pontius Pilate. Pontius said, "Why do you not speak? Do you not know that I have the power to crucify you or to let you go free?" It was only one of the times that Jesus ever spoke. He said, "You would not have power over me unless God Almighty gave it to you today. And I have come to bear witness of the truth." Upon which Pontius Pilate replied, "What is truth?" That question was never answered in Pilate's judgment hall. But I answer it for you today because Jesus Christ himself told us what the truth was. Truth is not a philosophy. It's not an ideology. It's not a doctrine. And it certainly is not a religion. Truth is a person. His name is Jesus Christ, who said, "I am the way, the truth that leads you to life." Father, upon the basis of your word today that this nation was founded upon, I ask that every ear that needs to be opened, including the ear of the governor of the state of California, Gavin Newsom, I'm even asking today that in the midst of Mr. Trump's busy schedule as president of the United States, that this would come into his hearing. And so, Father, I ask you today, by your Spirit, because you're the only reason why my son is yet alive, have your way, and let this be glorifying your name. I thank you for it in Jesus' name. Amen. So my name is...
All right. That's what I'm talking about. That's how I want y'all to pray for me if I need help, if I'm in trouble. He broke it on down. Not only are they calling on Governor Gavin Newsom, they're talking to the president.
Oh, right.
They're talking to the president. He ain't playing about his son. One thing I love to see is a parent just loving their kid. We don't see enough love. What'd you say, Trauma?
I said you can see where he got his swag and he got his like you could tell he got a lot of his father's mannerisms and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yes, definitely true. And his father, I don't know what his father does. If he's like a pastor or a bishop, I don't know what he was doing. But he's up in there, he's good at public speaking.
Yeah.
You can tell.
Right.
Dre, what you got to say?
Yeah, I mean, listen, man, salute to the fathers, man, of the world, man, for real, man. We don't get enough credit. Appreciate you, brother, but, again, he's not from America. So the relationships with fathers and sons are more prominent in other countries. America is a business to us, and we are the product. So the more product, because if we think about it, if we all, let's just say we were a family, right? And our ideology was to all remain a family and stay together. We're going to have some disciplines about how we move as a family. We're going to be able to build wealth. But, you know, with Tory, man, you know, again, salute to his father. I would say if you do get out, brother, take your ass back to Canada and drop your little music over the border. Just drop us some little nuggets every 6 months, a new song, and next thing you know, the lady's going to like you again. But just get you some people who can protect you.
Yeah, stop hanging around 304s.
Yeah, stop doing that. Well, appreciate your main event, Dr. Frizzle Frost. He's one of the first guys that I connected with on YouTube. He got me to make my, you know, he was an influence in me making my channel, Dr. Frizzle Frost. So you all were some of the first people I met when I really started hanging out on YouTube, 907.
Yeah, I remember Trey had already been on YouTube, but he had never started his own channel. And we was like, what? We was like, we want to help you. But here's also Unhinged Main Event Fro's link. He also has a couple of YouTube channels, but his other main one is Dr. Frizzle Frost. But yeah, once Tory, if he does get pardoned, he needs to leave this life behind. Stop hanging around these hoes. Stop hanging around these 304s. These no good people. People that really ain't out for your benefit. And honestly, I don't know if the music industry in every country is like it is here in America, but this one here in America, I don't think it's good.
It's not.
I really don't.
Yeah.
It's not. Because they perpetuate the music that artists put out. Remember, that was an, you know, y'all was young back when Fred realized Will Smith, LL Cool J, they were some of the best rappers of those times. They never cursed on their raps. Never cursed. But then EPMD.
Can you restart?
I froze.
I think that we did,
I
or
froze.
it did on my end. Can you restart?
Okay, yeah. So, you know, even with artists, the music industry pushes the type of music that they want out there. Again, in the early 90s, they started to push this so-called gangster rap. And it went from just rapping about situations to niggas hate me, ninjas ain't shit, F the ninjas, F the bitches. That's when it started to change. And EPMD made a song called The Crossover when they started to push in the algorithm that no, don't rap about nothing positive, rap about ninjas and bitches ain't shit. And that's where we've been at every.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
When you listen to it, everybody ain't shit. Everybody hating on you. No. And they start to live in that life. You know, music is a language that sort of gets inside your head. That's why you dance to it. And if you keep hearing the lyrics over and over and over, you think that's a reality when really you just on a clock at that point. At some point, you're going to snap and then they can come after your money or your life. We see it too many times. Nipsey Hussle. And the whole community got to a point in his life, said, hell, I'm done with this bullshit. What happened? Somebody that looked like him to take him out. So it is what it is. Lil Wayne, this dude been drinking leans.
Weezy baby.
Got health problems. Again, that's the language. And now our children are hearing F you hoes. Now they Megan Thee Stallion, hands to your knees to the kindergartens.
Hey, you know what? Like when I heard Lil Wayne talk about his addiction to lean, it made perfect sense, man. Because I was like wondering, like he said that at one point, you know what I'm saying, he basically, you know what I'm saying, became a machine to where, you know what I'm saying, it was just like, you know, a machine just, you know, you feed it whatever it needs, it just keeps working, it keeps working, it keeps working. And he said that he felt like that lean was the oil to his machine.
Mhm.
And you know what I'm saying, it made sense. I mean, you know what I'm saying, but he had to get a hold of it, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because he ended up having seizures and having some medical problems.
Right.
907, real quick, do you know the rapper Heavy D? You ever heard of him?
I've heard him. Isn't he the one that passed away recently?
He passed away in like 07, right?
Yeah,
But Heavy
Oh,
D,
no, I'm thinking of Fat Man Scoop. That's what I'm thinking of. I've heard of Heavy D.
now, if you go listen to some of his songs, right, very unique style. He was a big guy,
Yeah.
but he
Fly big guy.
also was smooth with how he presented his raps. And it was
He could
about
dance.
men and women and dance, and it was about coming together as young people. That's my generation. We could go to the club, it'd be 2,000 people in the club. We boogieing. We ain't up against the wall making mean mugs. We boogieing. Y'all mamas and aunties, they was going. But they wasn't talking about it on live though. But
I think I did see Heavy D. Wasn't he really, really big? And isn't that how he passed away too? But he did have good music.
he wasn't he was probably about 260, 270.
But
Yeah.
I think
You
he's
know.
short. Wasn't he short? Or I'm
Nah,
not
he
Heavy D
wasn't
is
short.
he's about 6'1", 2". But he
okay.
had to move. And the ladies loved him. Ladies loved Heavy D. You know what I'm saying? But that was the time, concerts. You could go and everybody dance from beginning to end, and it was just a different vibe. Now, F the niggas ain't shit. F the bitches, I don't give a fuck about you. You know, the music is just fucking the kids up.
Right. He ain't never lied, bro.
But I think there's just really no love in the world today too. I agree with the music. There's just no love in the music. Back in the day, it seemed like there was some sort of like, baby
Yeah.
making. I'm gonna be with you now. No love. Everybody is beefing. Nobody likes nobody. The men don't like the women and vice versa. But see, here on 907 Goodies, we love everybody and we like everybody and we ain't with all that. If you ain't no kid, you try to, we gonna call it out. Whether you look like me or you don't.
Oh. You think that you so you feel like there's some good things about, like, you know what I'm saying, shit too, the way it is now. You said it's not all bad, you right?
No, I'm saying like there's good men and good women and vice versa.
Right.
Is what I'm talking about. Like there's good people and there's bad people. I don't think it's necessarily specific to a gender. But one thing I like about YouTube is that I've never really gotten to hear what the men think in such a large mass. And it's very interesting to hear what you guys think. And this is about how I feel. Your perspective and my perspective is going to be different. We're two different people. That doesn't mean that I'm going to sit up here and argue with you about everything. I think that there's some truth to what everybody's saying.
Right.
But some people are a little bit carried away.
Yeah. But we
earlier, Bree said in the chat, he said men never lie. I don't think it's about men or women. It's about people. People are going to lie. We got to remember we're all human at the end of the day.
Women just gotta listen to us. We be telling them what's on our mind, but a lot of times women be too busy talking and not listening. Like, men will tell you how they feel, but sometimes women don't want to hear it. They just want to, they're more worried, concerned with what they got going on.
Yeah. Oh my God.
And I do agree with that, because there's some people you be talking to and they be going on and on about themselves. And I don't know when everyone became so self-centered. I think everyone is like out for self now. But if we were out for each other, we could all together like move forward. But everybody's out for self. So
But that's what they push
what it is.
to our young mind. That's what they push to us. The artists are pushed to make those type of songs. Even if they come, let's just say I'm a young artist and I done wrote some hell of a raps, and I go to some execs, they're like, no, that ain't popular. What are you willing to do to start singing this? They'll get you to change and rewrite the song. Next thing you know, you cussing out your mama and shit in the song. But they'll give you a bag, though. They'll give you a bag.
And Trey, I absolutely agree with you. And if you listen to what some of the artists are saying, they were not over sexualized at first. They became that way so that they can get put on. But this goes back to what we were talking about earlier. Y'all gotta have some standards out here.
Well,
and
that was
everybody's so ready to sell out themselves.
right. Well, like what Coach was saying is that was a concentrated effort. Like a lot of people don't even know. Like during like the 80s or some point around there, they had like an actual summit or whatever. Like what I'm saying, and they actually changed the course of hip hop, the way it was going, because it was positive and shit like that. They wanted to bring in this gangster shit and gangster, what I'm saying, like mentality, and because they wanted to bring, they seen how it was moving black people, it was moving us, man, and they wanted to corrupt it. And I feel like, man, that's what they do all the time, bro. It's like they put crack in the motherfucking communities, and they put bullshit in our music, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's what they fucking, because come on, think about it. There were so many rap groups that were speaking positive messages. They stopped motherfucking giving them deals.
Yeah. Because one of the greatest groups of that type of music was Public Enemy. They say fight the power. But then again, KRS-One, people that put out a message to love and respect self. And when they saw that Gen X, my generation, was the ones coming to the world, they gave us vocational schools. They said go to college, go to the military. And as we were coming out, going to see the world, guess what they did? They snuck that crack back behind us, and everybody that was in the hood became affected. And this is where we are. Tupac, remember, because at one time, early, I guess when rap was starting to switch over to sort of hip hop style, Dolores Tucker, they took it to court. They was trying to censor our lyrics, and we fought against that. And now here we are. F your mama, your kids, your grandmama, niggas ain't itch. I'm a delete. You know what I'm saying? I'll pop you. This is the music that we get. So
yeah.
I would love to interview you for like 30 minutes or something, man, if you ever let me, bro, because that's crazy. Like I want to ask you about that. Like, because that's crazy, man. If because I never really talked to somebody that really was around in that time period. You know what I'm saying? My uncle, he know about it, but he like, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. He don't really like to talk too much. He ain't, he going through health problems and shit like that. So, but man, like I want to know about that type shit. Like when the shit changed. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I say it all the time, man. I wouldn't mind interviewing with you, man. We can definitely chop it up. I subscribe to your channel, man, whenever I catch you. What time do you normally go live, though?
Bro, it's
all the
crazy.
time. And Trey loved doing interviews. He loved talking.
Yeah, I know that real, man. Shit.
It just depends. But usually at night, though, I be usually up all night and shit. Like
me too, man. I be up all night too, man. Shit, I'm retired. I'm up 3, 4, 5 in the morning. Shit.
Okay, cool. That's what's up. Yeah, man. We'll link. I'll definitely hit you or something, man. We linked up now. I think you should have my yeah, I definitely subscribe, bro. Shit, yeah, bro.
Yeah, I subscribe to your channel too.
Cause I be trying to motherfucker just
Trey
like
is like our YouTube granddaddy.
That's what's up.
I'm the YouTube daddy. I ain't the grand yet. I'm the daddy.
You don't want to be the granddaddy?
Because
Trey, you don't want to be down here with these young people. They ain't making no sense. Be the granddaddy.
Listen,
I call him YouTube uncle.
But I understand that you heard me say it all the time. My favorite generation, right? I can relate to that because I saw that. I was coming into manhood trying to escape that. I seen friends get caught up in it who are no longer here. So I've always fought against that. When I saw that shit coming, I've been fighting it ever since, and I'm gonna make sure that I fight to the end because I love black people, man. I don't want nothing but black people. You know, I love black people. I don't like nothing, you know. But again, I understand what comes with us. We all are unique. We all are different. We all carry our emotions on our shoulders. So
Yeah, and can we all just get along?
yeah, it sounds good.
But
But if I
we're gonna go back in, and I'm gonna play some more. I'm gonna play the rest of what the dad has to say. So here we go.
Gavin Newsom, I'm even asking today that in the midst of Mr. Trump's busy schedule as president of the United States, that this would come into his hearing. And so, Father, I ask you today, by your Spirit, because you're the only reason why my son is yet alive, have your way, and let this be glorifying your name. I thank you for it in Jesus' name. So my name is Sunstar Carlisle Peterson. I come to you today in the capacity of an apostle of Jesus Christ. A word from the first century in our times, it would simply mean ambassador of Christ. So when I stand before you, I don't stand here to speak my own words. I represent a kingdom, and I am under authority to speak only what God allows. First and foremost, I really do want to thank you again, the press corps, and all of you who have vlogs and channels on YouTube or wherever you stream from. Thank you so much for being here. I would like to thank, in fact, all of those who identify with the name Umbrella as One Umbrella. It was actually launched so that my family would not just be the ones benefiting from whatever fame or fortune, but so that all people, anywhere that need a shelter could come under that umbrella. That's the reason why it was launched by Daystar's brother initially, who is known as Wolfgang Peterson. So I thank all of you who have always been an encouragement to us, who have stood with us. Those of you standing here today with free Tory t-shirts. Jono, can I have that t-shirt right there, please? Those of you who are wearing these and remembering this person, because I want you to understand that from the beginning of this, I stood as far back as 2021, and I watched where a spin doctor for the NBA, now high-powered attorney out of New York, Alex Spiro, ran a campaign to turn my son into a monster in the eyes of the world. At that point in time, God said to us, there is a time to be silent and there's a time to speak. We chose to be silent. And now we've been silent for way too long. The hour demands that we speak. One of the reasons why I stood silent is because I trusted in God, but I also did not want any blowback to affect my son, who was sitting in the belly of the beast. That's why I chose not to speak at that time. I am his father, and that is the second capacity in which I stand before you today as the spokesperson and mouthpiece for my family. Tory has 7 brothers and sisters. He has 5 brothers. He makes up the 5, I'm sorry, and there are 3 sisters. So today I would like to share a few things with you as well. I want to dispel a few rumors because I've been asked to by my son, Daystar, aka Tory Lanez. Number one, Daystar does not have a drinking problem. He does not have a drinking problem, and that was not the reason why this situation happened. He was not out on the yard, as it was about 6:30 in the morning and cells were just opened for them to be able to go out to breakfast. On the Thursday prior to this incident, I was called by him and I was told of the impending threat. And my family and I huddled and did what we always do. We prayed. We get together every single day and we pray. Sometimes it is twice per day. Wherever we are in the world, at a certain time, we're on our phones and we are praying. We pray for him. We pray for you. Because our mandate is not about violence. We're not here for vendetta. We're not here for any of those things. My son, as I stood with him in the hospital room on the first day, my wife being present, said, "Dad, I'm not holding any animosity against this guy. I don't want to take any action against him. Whatever the system does, the system does." But that is his stance, and that is our stance. Might I go a little bit further? Because this will not be the first time I've said this publicly. I bear Megan Thee Stallion no ought at all. In fact, we have prayed for her on many occasions in our times of prayer. So this monster that Alex Spiro tried to create, and when I stood in the courtroom on that day and heard a corrupt prosecutor dismiss the fact that so many people, it was overwhelming the amount of people that sent letters to their office and were called to testify before the courts as they were considering sentence, which had already been decided. And the judge blatantly showed on that day that it really didn't matter what anybody said. It was supposed to be a forum in which it would be decided based on all the extenuating circumstances, etc. But it had already been decided behind closed doors. It's so funny that there is indeed a woman who has made it her life's mission to be the whip in the press or on the vlogs. I'm not even going to call her name right now, but those who know, know. Everything that has to do with Tory Lanez, I believe.
Comma, do you know who he is referring to? Because wasn't there a blogger who kept going after Tory when he said that she has made it her life's mission to take him down? Was he talking about Megan or was it a certain blogger?
I think he is talking about a certain blogger because I think it was Tasha K, honestly. But because she was pro, yeah, but don't quote me on that because I'm not 100% sure, but I think it was. And I think Wendy Williams also was going in on Tory, you know what I'm saying? Talking bad about him and shit like that because they're media personalities and they probably just, you know what I'm saying, are man, you know, I call them ball crushers, you know what I'm saying? You know how that go. Yeah. So you know how that go.
Okay.
But I think that's who he might be talking about.
Okay, because this was a big story. Okay. Empress said, yeah, Tasha K and Wendy Williams both were talking slick about him. But you know what? When you're a blogger, you kind of gotta. I think they be kind of extra sometimes, and they do be doing the most. You know, those are real people that they're talking about.
Yeah, man. I don't know what that situation like. Maybe they had something against Tory or whatever. Maybe I don't know, but like they definitely. I remember they definitely was going in on him, and you know, it's crazy to see that shit too, man. Because it's like, damn, we already got enough to deal with, but. You know, that's what happens when people make allegations because the allegations become the accusations become like really more important than the actual, you know what I'm saying, information because it's like now you're being accused of something. So even if you're not guilty of it, you still been accused of it. And a lot of people still that leaves a bad taste in their mouth. So it's like, damn, you gotta like damn near sue people for even putting you defamation of character, man, for even putting you out there like that. You know what I'm saying? Because You know, that's what Jay-Z do. That's what 50 Cent do. Like, if somebody comes at him and he'll come back at him just as strong, or if not harder, because he knows, like, you know, you losing me money. You can get me, you can potentially, you know what I'm saying, get me, make me lose my sponsors and stuff, man. You know what I'm saying? So it's just crazy, man. It's crazy work, man. Especially when you got money that's tied to your reputation and who you are. Like, man, people can damage that, and that shit can be, you know, a bad look.
Yeah, and it's the court of public opinion. Because even
Mhm.
if Shannon Sharp beats that case with the $50 million, right, and he walks away, he doesn't have any lawsuits, we are never gonna forget the things that we've heard.
Exactly. Exactly. You know, and then they pick and choose too. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like even when it comes to Oprah Winfrey, like she's never said nothing about Epstein, not Epstein, but Weinstein or whatever. But she's friends with them. You know what I'm saying? But she'll jump out and talk about everybody from Kobe Bryant to, you know, all these black men and stuff and what they did. You know what I'm saying? But won't focus on, you know, what this man did. Like, it's crazy, man. I don't understand. It's definitely not. It's a biased opinion, man, and you don't know what's behind that. But it's not nothing good.
One
I
thing I'll
mean,
say is I did not realize what Oprah was doing back in the day. I didn't
Mm.
realize that she had a problem with the men had a problem with her until I got on YouTube and made 907 Goodies about 2 years ago. That's when
mhm.
I found out how the men feel about Oprah. And I'd never realized what was going on with her, what she was doing, until I spoke to the black men. Black men do not like Oprah, and I think it's justified.
I mean, well, look how she treats him. Like, she's never had like. Have you ever seen her have like a real like? Why hasn't she had 50 Cent on her show?
I
Like,
did not watch her show like that back in the day. But that's a good point. I never realized these inconsistencies with Oprah until I started talking and listening a little bit more to what the men is saying.
but she'll sit there and just make and kiss Tom Cruise's ass, let him jump all over her couches and all that shit. You know, like, but they don't show that same favor towards a black man. It's like, oh, okay. But what was you about to say, Coach? You was about to say something.
Well, I'm just going to say, in reference to Oprah and 50, when she had her little talk show, 50 was on there. But again, even it's it, it's the propaganda messaging through the feminist movement that
Exactly.
they know who to target to push the message, because the message, like you're saying, Oprah, when you have a microphone and you have 50 million people watching you at different times of the day, year, whatever, you're touching and leaving little nuggets, just like on YouTube. You're leaving little nuggets, you know what I'm saying? And this thing, you saw a show this week. I saw a show last week. 907 saw a show the week before. So that's 3 weeks of information that all of us have gotten. Now we start talking about it, and she like 907, like, man, see that Oprah did a show and she was talking about black men. Oh, okay, then I get it. Man, she did a show today. She was talking about us too. Like, dang. Then all of a sudden you get it. But again, our conversations wouldn't be seen and heard in real time. We would do it on our own little pockets. Now, YouTube is only bringing out what the truth is. That's the thing about YouTube. Even though it's all opinionated, but the truth is, it can't be avoided. We all can look at it from a different lens, but it's just those messages, the Ricky Lake shows, all of those little talk shows were showing a lot of our worst. Even Jerry Springer, in a sense. Remember Jerry Springer? They just turned it into a little slugging match.
Yeah,
But it'd be a little bunch of little trailer trash white girls,
right?
And some little regular little people they pulled up, but it was their life. But those are people probably getting linked and you know what I'm saying, waiting on their checks at the first of the month. But those are real people.
Right.
And, you know, you touched on earlier the reality TV, but this even with shows like that, it really didn't highlight the best of us. 907, like I'll use you for an example. You're a young woman who came into your own. You got a great cooking setup. You're involved mother, even though there's parts of it that are still online with what a lot of mothers face, being a single mother, the difficulties of that. But the catch, that the one thing I always appreciate about you, and that's why I say you may not see it today, but when 20 years, you're going to see it all come to fruition, right? Because your focus is not just you. You're giving something to the world, and you're engaging your seed, and that seed of water tenfold.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? And that can happen with any man or women, but I don't think women give sons enough access to the fathers. That would change. I ain't a 907. I cheated on you. I cursed you out. I was 24 years old. You was 22 years old. We had a baby, right? If you have a baby and the baby look just like my ugly self, we ain't together no more. Every time you look at that baby, you see me. All of a sudden, the baby's 8. He's a boy. He's got my blood. He's acting up in school because he wild. The girls and see little girls, they be pulling on your wee in the school. They be wild. Yeah, little girls, listen, look, 9, 10-year-olds be wild. For real. Because okay, I'm reacting. I ain't acting out. I ain't acting bad. I'm rambunctious. I can't sit in that school. The teacher's boring and shit. My stomach is growling. You know, I got my look. It's a lot. So now you looking at it as a behavior problem. And I'm up the street. Even though we ain't work out, I go to work every day. You see me washing my car on Saturday. You see me out. I got on my little matching outfits, my cologne or smell. So I might have another little lady because the ladies gonna like what they like. But instead of saying, "Listen, you need your daddy," because a lot of women listen to other little slow ass women with their slow ass kids. Instead of saying, "You need your daddy," go over here with him so he can talk some sense into you. Because you know I'm a good dude. We just didn't work out. You know what I'm saying? Here, go let your daddy talk, especially when he turned like 11 or 12, when them balls separate from his body for real.
Yeah.
He needs a man. And even though at least I can say, "Listen, son, you know what I'm saying?" Because we're gonna have to face the real with our son. "Look, son, I ain't treat your mama right, blah, blah, blah." We ain't gonna say what you did. If a woman did something bad, most men ain't gonna say, "Man, your mama, I caught your mama with your granddaddy." No. Most
right, you damn right.
But 907. Here's the thing: men say it now because women of my time didn't put you out there. Women of your time, they'll call a man gay just because he ain't give her $200 to pay her low ass rent.
Exactly.
They shame the man, and that's where women go wrong because men are men. They're gonna. Listen, 907.
Be talking about their baby mamas repeatedly.
Yes, because they don't have access to their baby. But the ones that
if they have the kid, they ain't
if
gonna
they
talk
got
about
access,
their baby mama.
give me access to the baby. Give me the weekends. Give me if I'm going to a family reunion, let me take my son. If I'm going swimming, I'm going to shoot ball, let me take my son. If somebody call you at school, let me pull up at the school. So now the school can see, okay, they are working together. And when it's time to have those talks, because nobody's talking to the kids about sex. Nobody. A father would talk to his daughter, say, "No, you ain't gonna be out here." If they have to have access. And listen, I'm saying this because I work with a lot of young people who fight against it, and everything goes wrong. But if they even the mothers, it would relieve so much pressure, so much strain, especially even a little 12-year-old little girl. She needs to hear from her father that her body is valuable.
Right.
need to hear from my father to say this type of dude ain't no fucking good for you. Because he see those type of dudes in the streets every day.
Yeah.
And it takes the pressure off you because now black women, they like to live in their fairy tale and sit in the mirror and put on all that ugly ass makeup and all that. They like to get Cinderella'd up. That's just Cinderella. They love that.
Right.
But it's hard to do when you got to get kids and everybody on YouTube make 100,000. So, you know, everybody bossing. And if you're an individual boss, but if you're an individual boss, you got to work hand over foot every day. And you can't be. So I'm gonna shut up. I'm just saying, man. Give the sons access to their fathers. That'll change our life. I'm trying to tell you.
I was real big on like telling my bad.
Blake said 907, how about a little Oprah love? You get a plate, you get a plate, you get a plate. Well, Trey, Blake, that's gonna be a couple years in the future when we get a bigger budget.
Right. Said
What were you
there's
saying,
sitting that
Chama?
cash app. Oh man. Hey, I was gonna say, like, you know, like for real, like it really don't matter until it matter. Because you gotta think about it like this, like there is if you talk bad about her daddy or her, especially with a female, you know what I'm saying? Like you gonna want her to respect something one day. And if she don't respect her daddy, she ain't gonna respect shit. I'm telling you right now, she definitely ain't gonna respect her mama. So it's like you just gotta understand, like, you know, certain things I always told my baby mom, like, and I hate even saying baby mom, I'll just be that I don't like that term, period. But you know, for lack of a other, you know, term, I have to say that. But I always said, like, let's not, I just want to make sure, like, you might not get it, but let's not send our daughter mixed messages. If we gonna do this if we gonna do this and parent together or whatever, even if we not together, I always said, like, please, if you have a disagreement with me, like, talk to me later or about it or something. Don't do it in front of in front of my daughter, because what it does is it sends messages like, okay, when you argue with your baby dad in front of the kid, right? It almost like sends the wrong message, because now if she don't see you showing me that same respect, or if I don't see that shit rubs off, you know what I'm saying? Like, and I never wanted to be that, have that situation where it's like, okay, like if we got a disagreement, like let's, even if we gotta play it off, let's make sure we keep this shit tight in front of the kid. And then like when pull me to the side or whatever if you disagree with something I said to her. But don't challenge my fatherhood in front of my daughter. And I always made that clear, because I said one day you're gonna realize you're gonna want her to respect something. Because if she don't respect me, she definitely ain't gonna respect you. Believe that.
I agree with you, and it's unfortunate when one of the parents doesn't do that and they try to argue with you in front of the kid, and it's kind of like, dang, we can't talk about this behind the scenes. We gotta hash this out right in front of the kid, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's because parenting is hard. Parenting also is very hard because it's two different parenting styles coming together. But in this case with Tory Lanez, we are seeing his father come out and making a very passionate statement about his son. I'm going to play the rest of this statement and I'm going to get y'all thoughts after.
Before the sentence was read in court, she already knew. That's really interesting to me. She already knew because she had discussed it with others, not knowing that it would come back to us. God is my witness. So moving right along, Daystar did not suffer superficial wounds. He was stabbed 14 times, 5 times in his back, 1 under his left cheekbone. In fact, his jaw was open. He was stabbed twice in the back of his head, and the rest in his torso, arms, and in his chest. It may seem sensational, but Thankfully, like Dr. King, it was close to his heart, but did not penetrate. After that, he was being rushed to a facility nearby in a vehicle in which he said, and I quote, "Dad, I thought it was my last." And having made my peace with God, I said, okay, God, is this how it's supposed to end for me? But God said no. God told him, do not give up, in the car, upon which he turned to the attending officers and he said, you must get me to wherever is the closest place that I can get to. I'm bleeding out here. He didn't even know his lungs had collapsed. All he knows is that he couldn't breathe. He could hardly speak. Upon which the officer turned around and looked at him and said, nah, we got to take him.
And this is kind of what Trauma was talking about, how they took a long time to get him to the hospital. But Trey, what's up?
Now, so that's a lot to take in under one video, right? Because
Yeah, he
he's a
said a lot.
father. He's a father. You're a mother. The fact that you have to describe this to people who don't give a fuck about you or your son. That's the hard thing. And I didn't say this last time, right? Brand today is everything, 907. The brand of everything is what gets you to the next side, your brand. And the one thing that we know that they do is try to tarnish our brand, whether we big or small. And, you know, our salute to his father, who's a real stand-up guy, who has a lot more dignity and a lot more class than most of us in America would help show in a time like this. I know my mother would have clowned. I know I probably would have been clowning to some degree. But for him to come out, and you see the funny looking people in the back, they don't give a damn whether he live or die. And I'm just thankful that the officers at least did enough. You know what I'm saying? But they were sending a message. That's all. They were sending a message. And it's unfortunate because, again, unless we sort of mine it out on YouTube with the truth, because they follow the things that we talk about, somebody's gonna, you know, the guy that did it, he ain't getting out anyway. So what does he have to lose? It has he's not even important to me. He's not important. His life is already done. But the fact that you having arguments with people on the outside, whether back and forth, beef, whatever, however they try to word it in the media, it was disagreements. And now all of a sudden you fighting for your life. So I don't know, man. Who's willing to sell their soul to the devil?
Yeah, if you watch that full video, man, you'll know exactly why they was after him like that. Why they wanted his Most High video. Most praise to the Most High. Tory Lanez got a video, a song called Most High. You know what I'm saying? Give praise to the Most High. And he's talking about battling and fighting the Illuminati and going against the powers that be, all that shit. And it was like, you know, they probably looked at that shit and was like, oh, he think he, you know what I'm saying? Like he think he too, you know what I'm saying? They hate that confidence, that aura that we have, man. And like, but they'll do anything to try to take that away, man. You know?
Yeah, but they know he's not Americanized either. See, again, when you come, you know, again, I can understand. He broke away. He was on his own. It's hard to, his message was about to change because he understood the man that he really should be, but the system said you can't break away from us because now you're free to speak your own language. And they like, no, you gonna. So when he break away, think about how events happen. To me, some things are not just circumstance.
Exactly.
You know, you put yourself in those situations, then you're subject to get whatever outcomes they are because you have no control of it. And they put you in positions to do it. Alcohol, young people and alcohol and guns and weed are never a good mix. I don't care who it is.
Never good mix. Any type of substance, when you got a weapon around you, it can just go bad in so many different ways. But Blade said 14 times.
Yeah,
That's
14.
overkill.
Yeah,
Yeah, whoever
overkill.
gave the order wanted him knocked off for real, shaking my head. What they are alleging is that Megan's people heard that there was going to be an op-ed posted, and they reached out to Kelsey, the prior DA, and then Megan's people. They only heard back from Megan, and then a week later, Tory gets shanked up in prison 14 times. So they feel like this has something to do with Megan Thee Stallion's people. They also allegedly feel like Kelsey is the real shooter. What do y'all think?
But again, they didn't find no evidence of a bullet wound. So it doesn't matter who the shooter is. Somebody fired a weapon.
Right.
And that's it. That's all they know. Wasn't no residue on him.
Exactly.
Who the residue on? If a doctor said,
feel like
it was on
the music industry was behind. I know a lot of people have said Rock Nation, Jay-Z, those are some names that. Do you think that they were behind this?
Yes.
They could be.
I've been saying that. Yeah.
The music, listen, allegedly, to me, all my life, the existence, they behind every artist leaving the earth too early. Every artist leaving the earth too early. Because really, if you really think about it, artists ain't really out here doing a whole lot of crimes.
Right.
They're just singing dumbass music with good music. They singing dumbass lyrics to the good music because the music be banging, but the lyrics will be like. But think about it. Did Michael Jackson really harm anybody? Prince?
Right.
Tupac? What did he do? Said some rap. Everybody's mama was dancing to Tupac and Biggie. They wasn't out here toting guns. So
you gotta understand, once they die, you know that death clause is real, man. Like they once the artist dies, they have control over his music. They can eat off of that for forever. They ain't gonna make sure the family get the residuals. They gonna make sure the company get the residuals. Look at Angie Stone. It even happened to her. You know what I'm saying? Sweet as a
But
woman.
let me ask you this, Trauma. With Tory being independent, if he was to get unalived, does that music, even though he produced it under a label, like where does that money go to? Does the label still eat off of it, or what happens because he's independent now?
Because he had an NFT. He set that up for himself.
Yeah. Okay, the music that he had under the label, that's past tense. He ain't worrying about that.
Okay.
Everything future would have been him. That's his money going to his generational wealth. And the system don't really allow. Even Puff Daddy. Puff Daddy did some crazy shit. He ain't murdered nobody. He just over there freaking everybody out who wanted to be in that space. He was letting them know the man gave me power to run up in everybody who wants to be in that space.
All right, Trey. All right. We don't want no more graphic. We already think about the booty slurping.
No, I'm just saying though, but who's willing to sell their soul to get to the Tory Lanez? I can tell by his father that he had a foundation about him. And when he was starting to wake up, like, I can do this myself, his music was hot. Now you drinking, I got whatever, a gun being fired, perfect opportunity. He didn't even fire the gun. She ain't had no bullet fragments.
You think you're going to come over here, like Trey said, and put sense into all these people and show them that they don't need us and we ain't going to take you out? This is what I'm underestimating your opponent. You know, like, you thought you were going to put all this in the music and do it in real life and they were just going to let you?
See, they push this
But how do you
narrative
think
like
they gonna do all this?
your dream, like everybody's dream is to get signed and be famous and be big. Not everybody's dream is to be under somebody. Like, so they push this like, oh, that has to be your dream is to get signed by Jay-Z. No, that wasn't his dream. He realized, nigga, I could do this myself. And you know, that could rub Jay-Z the wrong way too. Like, oh, he don't want to sign to me. Oh, okay.
Let me go get them big boys on them.
Mm-hmm.
The same big boys that let me in this
send in
space.
Megan. Let me send in these hoes.
Yeah,
and that's why 50 Cent don't like Jay-Z. He said, like, you know what I'm saying? Because, you know, according to 50 Cent, you know what I'm saying, he said Jay-Z don't want nobody to shine
in that
over
space.
him.
Nobody.
And it makes sense because he always dropped albums the same week. He never let his artist shine. Remember Benny Siegel? In my mind, Benny Siegel was hotter than Jay-Z. You know what I'm saying? But he didn't let Benny Siegel get no shine. What would he do? Benny Siegel's album came out killing it. He dropped his album a week afterwards just so he can motherfucking like fuck up Benny Siegel's numbers. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, he always had to outshine his artists, and it wasn't even like they trying to outshine the master, but he's just a greedy motherfucker.
I never trusted.
Well, you know what? At the end of the day, this ain't our game. It's their game. And so even if they use you as a pawn to get the other people, that can soon be you one day on the outside looking in. Blaze said, just look at the Bad Boy Records roster, for example. Nearly every artist is either in the grave, suffered personal trauma or financial setbacks, or faded into obscurity. Only a select few are okay. Very, very true. And that's why you need people like us that sit back and watch and not just talking and running our mouth. We sit back and we watch. And we like, don't do that.
Well, what did 50 Cent do when he got, and the reason why I keep saying 50 Cent, right, is because 50 Cent did a lot of shit that a lot of people was looking at like, damn, this motherfucker crazy as hell. But he still prepared himself for the war. Like, instead of just going out and buying $1 million worth of jewelry, he made sure he got bulletproof cars. He made sure he had his security with him. He made sure when he did go somewhere, when he did go out, he was prepared. You know what I'm saying? Tupac could have did the same shit, but it was just more. I mean, you know, you got to also remember too, like, you know what I'm saying? These guys, like, you know what I'm saying, like, had to learn from their mistakes, but you can't learn from a mistake that you die from. But some people need to just motherfucking understand, like, you're not invincible. And you got to have your situation right. It's crazy. Is much of a snitch as 6ix9ine is. You're not going to get a chance to. He's going to always have security with him. He's always going to be in a position to where, you know what I'm saying, like, yeah, you going to motherfucking, like, he's going to be protected. You know what I'm saying, and rightfully so. I just feel like you should always be protected if you worth that much money. Like, why would you want your bag to disintegrate with the money? I mean, why would you want your bag?
Didn't 6ix9ine get pieced up at the LA Fitness?
Yeah, he did.
Or was he in
that did happen.
And after that, he learned. So you're right.
Yeah.
You can learn from mistakes that you don't, unalive from or get unalive from. But he learned after that.
And that shit right there, you know what I'm saying, was you know, like, nobody's invincible, man. Shit can happen to anybody, man. But it's like you gotta be prepared for the storm. If you got $100,000 to spend on jewelry, you got $30,000 to get your car kitted with bulletproof. You got if and I'm not saying that has to be your lifestyle, but if that is your lifestyle, why not be fitted for it? You know what I'm saying?
Because people want to play. People want to play both roles, every role. They want to be invincible, and then they want to be out here running their mouth on IG, and then they want to go to the cookie store, or they want to go to the mall or the bar.
That's the
after
problem.
they're running their mouth.
That's the problem. See, like, there was no live and shit like that. Everybody didn't have a camera phone back in the day, so like people also had to learn from this shit. But you should be learning. Life don't have to. L don't always have to be a loss. It could also be a lesson. But damn, man, after so many motherfuckers then had this happen to them, it would seem like you would learn from it. Because damn, man, like I'm saying, bro, how the fuck do you post everywhere you go and think that there ain't somebody
that think if not as big as bad as you think they just as big as bad as you. Cause like as much as you saying you gonna get busy to motherfucking keep your jewelry, another motherfucker gonna feel they'll get just as busy to take that shit. So it's like you can't never go in front of the wolves that's starving and nigga not become food unless you feed them. You know what I'm saying? And even if you do feed them, some might feel like you didn't feed them enough. So they still want to get you. But like, don't put yourself in harm's way because you want to stunt. It's too much stunting going on, man. Like you gotta understand.
Yes.
Yeah, niggas is out here trying to eat and trying to starving, and you coming around here looking like a full course meal. You know what I'm saying? Like, damn, okay.
Looking
No
like
wonder.
food.
Yeah, no wonder. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I know. You know what I'm saying? When I go out of town, when I did my little shows or whatever, you know what I'm saying? I made sure I had, you know what I'm saying, was cool because I don't know what I'm gonna run into. But at the end of the day, I'm not gonna underestimate no situation. Anything can happen to anybody. Like, don't get me wrong, you know what I'm saying? Like, anybody can, shit can happen. Like, somebody can walk the tightrope. You can have all the security in the world, but how often does that happen? Most of the time, when somebody sees you got security on deck, you got people on deck that's ready, most guys are going to turn around and say, okay, well, we'll get them next time. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that next time might not never come. You know what I'm saying? Because you know what I'm saying? A motherfucker that knows what they worth knows not to let nobody ever like not to get caught slipping. You know what I'm saying? Like the only difference between Snoop and Nipsey was, you know what I'm saying, Snoop killed the nigga that tried to kill him. You know what I'm saying? That's the only difference. Right?
No, when people are gonna learn though. Cause from the looks of it, social media, we're kind of seeing the same pattern being repeated. You know, you got all the jewelry, all the money, you want to flash it, and you want to take pictures, and you want to tell everybody where you're going to be at. You know, if people are really learning out here.
Yeah, I mean, shit. I ain't gonna lie, like I had my jewelry phase, you know what I'm saying? I'm glad I got out of it because I spent too much stupid ass money, but I made sure I had a house first before I went and bought all this damn jewelry and made sure I had shit to show for it. You know what I'm saying? But goddamn, a lot of niggas just want to motherfucking shine. That's all it is. Niggas just want to shine, but not realizing that, man, you know, the same motherfuckers you shining in front of might feel like, you know what I'm saying, you taking away from their light. That's what's fucked up about the game, man. Everybody can't come. Everybody can't go. Right?
Yeah, and I don't know what's gonna happen, but what do y'all think is gonna? Okay, so this is your final thoughts, but what are you gonna think? What do you think is gonna happen with the Tory Lane situation? You think he's getting out? You think he's getting pardoned? You think Megan's getting thrown in jail? We'll go with you, Trey.
Listen, again, man, shout out to the Tory Lanez family, man. I'm just glad the brother's still here. Hopefully, all of this, you know, like YouTube is doing, I appreciate it. Bring the truth out of all this bureaucracy that we've been fighting it out. Listen, bring it out, man. And I hope that he's vindicated in the end. When you do, brother, get your ass up out of here. You know what I'm saying? Keep your dual citizenship. Get out of here. Make you some hell of a music. You're going to go platinum, triple platinum. And listen, man, I wouldn't do a concert, man, till I'm 40, 50 years old. I would just be dropping that music. I think, you know, it just goes to show that we need each other even more. As long as we fight, ain't no law go change. And I'm talking young and old, tall and short, light skin, dark skin. If you want better in your life at this point, you have to move a different way. You can't blame your mama and your daddies. You can't do that. You got to move a certain way because the world don't give a damn about your feelings, and ain't nobody go try to pull you out unless you're pulling yourself. And stop worrying about what other niggas do. You know what black people do. They've been doing it. We've been doing it for the last 50 years, ever since they gave us welfare. But if you don't want to be a welfare ninja, woman, learn a skill. Learn a skill. Take up your own skill. You know how to do some shit, just do it. Just do it. Start worrying about other people. You listen. The world done revealed that all that fake stuff that y'all was buying it ain't real. All the purses and all the bags and even that diamonds, that shit just diamond crust. It ain't really diamonds. They just make it shine. I'm telling you, I went to Saudi Arabia. I saw how they did a lot of that shit. But again, it's still a great time for you to accumulate that generational wealth that y'all chase. Chase the skill. The skill will bring the money. And the money will come right when your mind ain't on, I gotta go buy some shit. It's like I won't spend $10,000 on your daughter graduating high school. You'll spend it when she graduate college.
Right.
You get her a new car. I'll buy her a house. I'll pay off her slow ass student loans. If she's smart, they won't have none. But again, if you're gonna choose a lifestyle, understand things that people have no excuse to not know what their kids are getting into, because the information is there. You can't say I didn't know. Now's the time for you to know and move and act on what you know. If not, get your ugly ass out these young folk way. Let them be better than you. And listen, man, it's really not that difficult. Just do what you supposed to do right now. And last thing, 907, if you're a man and you 35 and over, you no longer have a girlfriend. If you want to call a woman a girlfriend, you still a little boy. You want to get you a woman. Get you a woman. Ladies, stop having boyfriends. Sneaky leaks, get you a man. Other than that, you get what you get. Stop whining out here. Change your life right now. Thank you, 907. Appreciate you. All right, my man.
Hey, yeah, for sure.
Trauma, man. I'm sorry, man. I'm old, man. I talk a lot, but you know.
Good, man. I like to hear it, bro.
Look, Trey, we gonna listen. That's why we give you the floor.
Right. I know when somebody's speaking, I need to listen to, bro. Like, trust me. I'm gonna say one last thing too, man. Look, you know what I'm saying? I don't want nobody to get this shit misconstrued, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, everybody gonna make mistakes, man. But the key is to learn from. And sometimes you ain't gotta be the one to make the mistake. They say a wise man learns from a smart man learns from his own mistakes. A wise man learns from the mistakes of others. I ain't got a motherfucker necessarily fall down that hole. If I seen another nigga fall down it, I can motherfucking just go across the street or step over the hole. See what I'm saying? Like, you ain't always got to experience something to know that, you know what I'm saying, you don't want to experience it. You dig? So I want niggas to understand, man, like, it's not about being tough. It's not about being the hardest nigga. It's about being around to motherfucking say what you been through or what you done did. You know what I'm saying? Every soldier got a story to tell, man. So, shit, tell it while you still alive. Somebody else gonna tell it for you. That's all I gotta say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Trauma makes some great points. Trey makes some great points. But thank you guys so much for coming up here for Time for Tea. We're gonna be back here tomorrow. I think we're gonna talk about Chris Brown. And there's a strike at Starbucks. So I think we're gonna talk about that for tomorrow. I don't have it set up yet, but I'll let y'all know. And before you guys leave, tell them where they can find you. We'll start with you, Trauma.
Oh yeah, you can find me at Trauma Told You. You know what I'm saying? On my Twitter, man. X, you know what I'm saying? You can find me on my YouTube, you know what I'm saying? At YouTube, Trauma Told You, you know what I'm saying? Also, you know what I'm saying, you can just Google me, you know what I'm saying? Google Traumatic El Guapo, you know what I'm saying? Traumatic El Guapo, the honcho, the neighborhood quote, man, the slippery slope, man. Yeah, you did.
You did.
Trey, you gotta follow that up.
Listen, I can't follow. Listen, I can't. I wish I would have. I can't follow up with that professional outro. Listen, man, this catch me at Coach Ferg, man. I don't do a lot of fighting and stuff on my channel. I just comment on different things and information that's provided. I did a good live a couple of weeks ago on the Trump Platinum plan. So it's money that's allocated for small businesses. So you got to go do your research. It's money. And think about this. YouTube is your brand. If you want to make that dynamic your, you know what I'm saying, your life, just make sure your brand is always protected. Don't let nobody sort of, you know, damage your brand, because you see when we talking about these individuals, their brand is tarnished. But listen, man, go make that money, man. Like I said, I'm retired, man. I'm 57 now, and I retired at 54. And life couldn't be better for me and my wife, man. I ain't coming back to the street. She ain't either. If we break up, you gonna have to come out visit her over here. You know what I'm saying? But listen, man, just to the man, just do what y'all gotta do, man. Work out, man. Work out. If you over 30, get your health checkups, man. Get that shit checked up now so you can be around for the next 30, maybe 40, 50 years, man, because we just got to take better care of ourselves, man. Work hard, fellas. Work out, work hard. And listen, and I'll say this, if they want to make it transactional, give them 40 in the front, 60 in the back. They'll take it.
That back end hit. That back end hit. Hey, I'm out this motherfucker, but hey, I appreciate y'all, man. And hey, I want to say 907 Good Eats, you like a breath of fresh air, because you let me know that there's still some, you know what I'm saying, some good women out here, some good people out here, period. That you know what I'm saying. I appreciate that, you know what I'm saying. And that's what's up. Y'all be easy, man. I'm gonna talk to y'all.
All right, thank you so much. I'm gonna drop y'all down. And you know what? One thing I will say to in response to what Trauma said, I think that we got to keep in our minds that everybody ain't no good. You know what I'm saying? Like, everybody ain't bad. There are still good people out here. There are still good men out here and good women. We just got to find them. And I will say, sometimes when you get hit up with a lot of bad people, you know, you kind of start losing too. But it's not over till it's over, till you take your last breath. Okay, so we talked about Tory Lanez, innocent, new evidence found, and suspect identified in the shooting. This was the first video that we did on him when he was first stabbed, and we have almost been up here for 5 hours. Y'all, I was gonna do 2 hours, but when the conversation is good, it's good. Before we got here, I went live and I made breakfast. This is what we cooked: a bacon, egg, and cheese breakfast sandwich. I set up and talked with y'all for a little bit, and then we're doing this live. So we've been here for a minute. I'll see you guys back here for time for tea tomorrow, but I do want to show y'all this video real quick so y'all know where we at.
Please hold for a very important message.
All right. Cannot get out of my mind what Trey said. I'll be laughing all about that all day about the movie slurping. That was so funny. But shout out to the Trauma, Trey and Coach Ferg and Young Rios for coming up. Y'all check out their YouTube channels and check out to Emperor, always moderating, coming through with some sense. Shout out to Blaze, Unhinged Main Event Fro, and everybody else that came through this live stream and the cooking. If you missed the cooking, go back and check it. If you saw the cooking, you missed this one, check it out too. Great conversation. Yeah, so thank you everybody that came through. Shout out to our members of this channel and shout out to the gang. We got Blue and Casey making up the gang. I'm finna hit y'all with the outro video and I'm finna get up out of here. And Trauma said, I appreciate everybody in the chat as well. Y'all don't be strangers. Yes, it is important for us to connect with each other and support each other. Because if we don't support each other, how can we really expect others? And it starts here, you know, it starts by supporting each other. But I'm gonna hit y'all with the outro video and I'm gonna get up out of here for real this time. I will see you guys tomorrow, and got some more content lined up for this weekend. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. I'll see y'all next one.
Foodie gang, gang, gang. 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 This is Chef Big Bang. Thank you so much for watching at 907 Good Eats. Make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you